1 month away from the meaning of life, the universe, and everything.
I think I'm actually ready. I think I have everything set up. Hello, friends. Sorry. I thought I was ready to go, and then there was a couple of things that I didn't set up, and then my dad needed a thing, but he's fine now. And now I'm here. Salvia. Yeah, we got tibbies, we got gaping, we got marriage. It's gonna be a heck of a time. Yeah, remember, everyone, eat your screws. You gotta eat your daily dose of screws. It's very important. First off, the virgin. Sarah, welcome in. Nice to see you again. Allie, thank you for the sub, friend. That's 41 months is quite a few months. Hey, known you for a while, prior to the streaming stuff, but having an actual number that I can see every month just makes me realize how long I've known you. And I miss you and I love you. Yeah, also, you're here! Listen, you get a pass, alright? You work, you got a kid, you got a family, you got Travis, you got shit you gotta do. I get it, but I do love it when I get to see you. We should plan a time to hang out sometime soon. Okay? Soup for my family. It's true. And Salvia, welcome in. Nice to see you as well. It's always a delight. So I guess, like, I was gonna wait till a few more people showed up, but I can just talk about it again. Huge news, which you may have noticed if you are in the Discord and don't have it muted and got pinged a whole bunch with the throne bot thing. Added a whole bunch of stuff to my throne for reasons. That reason being, I have a date. I have a date for my surgery. I have a date to yeet the uterus. We got a uterus day. And this has only happened within the last couple of hours. Yeah. So, like, listen, I was gonna message you. And then I got distracted by, like, everything. Because this literally happened at, like, I want to say, like, at 2:30. So I was, like, still in the middle of work. But I, like, put in my time off request for that, and then was also trying to figure out, like, stuff to add to my throne wish list, but was also trying to talk to my dad about, like, everything. And by the time that I, like, finally got everything all set up and, like, figured out, I was like, oh, hey, it's time to stream, and then everything else left my brain. But it's great that you're here, because I can tell you now. But yeah, end of May. I won't give a specific date. I mean, I'll let anyone who wants to know, specifically Allie, the specific date at a later time. Here, I'll just message you it. I'll message you the date now, Allie, actually. But no, I'm so stoked. I'm so excited. And it's great. If you want. I mean, I'd love that. My dad is planning on being with me for the first, like, week. Recovery time is only about, like, a week and a half, or a week to 2 weeks, given the way that we're doing it. So I won't be down for too long, but obviously, like, I probably won't stream that during that time. Because I'll be busy healing. Uterus deletus. Yeah, no, I'm so stoked. And I appreciate y'all being stoked with me. But yeah, like I said, I did add some stuff to my throne. Obviously, zero expectation. I don't expect anyone to buy me things. I use my throne as much as a way for other people to give me gifts as I do a way for me to keep track of the things that I would like to purchase eventually. But, so yeah, those are up there if you want. If you would like to help out, again, zero expectation to do so. Just having y'all here is enough. But we're gonna have matching scars if you get to do lapro. We are! Guess who's getting it done laparoscopically? This guy! No, I'm super excited about it. Like, I was anticipating, like, being down for, like, a couple of weeks. Like, 3 or 4 weeks. And they were like, oh yeah, no, you're gonna go home the same day as the surgery, and, like, 2 weeks tops. And I was like, oh, cool, great, awesome, delightful. Like, actually wonderful. But yeah, I'm so excited. And I felt like I should share that with all of y'all, because this is very important. Right? Yeah, like, they're getting rid of a whole dang organ. You would expect that to take a little bit of time. Hold on. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that those links actually still worked, and they do. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm also, like, really glad, because I had, I think some of you know, at least a couple of you know, what does Lappers have to do with this? Well, let me tell you, Lapras is actually going to be my surgeon. I trust Lapras. But yeah, like I said, like I was expecting to be down for a while. I had a reduction done a number of years ago at this point, and I was out for ages. Because, you know, like just doing this was too much, let alone this. But that makes sense, because there's a whole lot going on in the chest region. Not that there's not a whole lot going on in the lower region either, but like I think I use my arms a little more than I use my abdomen generally. Yeah, there's gonna be so much room for activities in my abdomen. Imagine all of the like weird sports events that I don't know where I'm going with any of this, and it's starting to sound weird. We're just getting into the right headspace for Deathmark is all. But yeah, that's a thing. And I'm very excited. This has been a very exciting journey for me. Taking care of my health and getting gender-affirming surgeries done. Like, it's been great. Actually, I realize that might have sounded mildly sarcastic. No, it's like actually genuinely great. I am so elated. Yeah, so like this week has been, last couple of weeks, as we've talked about previously, have been like very strange and very odd. Not horrible, not great, just have been. And this has just made everything so much better. But yeah, so that's a thing. And we can talk about that more another time, if we want. I'll definitely be letting people know, because I'm just excited about it, and I would like to share it. It's good news for me. But yeah, we're also, I guess the reason we're here today is to finish Deathmark. It's been quite a journey the last week or so. It's not even been a full week. And we've already played like 20 plus hours of this dang video game. But we're gonna try and finish it out today. Where are we? There we are. What happened last time? Fang Tits happened. We talked about the spider lady, gaping. She's like a reverse gaping dragon. You know, instead of open, she's shut right now, but she's gonna, oh boy, is she gonna, probably. And we killed that girl? We accidentally did a murder. We did an oops murder. Oh no. No, that is fair. Last stream got wild. But as always, we appreciate a good lurk. It was a lot last time though. We had the weird spider monster, and there was some murder. And there were lots of bugs, and it was a lot. But it was great, right? Can we call it that? But yeah, I guess Himiko, Miss Doryu here, found us post a murder of her best friend. We told her what happened. She didn't flip out on us, which was nice. At least not in the way that we like thought she would. I thought she'd be like really scared and like try and turn us in, but she actively told us, no, don't call the cops, don't call the headmaster, don't call an ambulance. It's fine, actually. The Departed's gonna deal with that body. And this will be our little secret. We're just like, yeah, okay, Himiko, whatever you say, ma'am. And now we're here. I think it's the morning after, I assume, considering that she's like, hi, good morning. Yeah. Morning. Probably not that cheery, huh? Did you get some good sleep? No, I was just spacing out. Couldn't sleep at all. Right, that was a, yep, there it is. Hey, in case you missed it, we did a murder. I'd actually be more surprised if you could, given what happened. You know, right? Oh yeah, are you hungry? Why are you smiling? I made a late breakfast using the stuff I found in your kitchen. Help yourself, I guess. Sorry for not asking you first. I mean, we need some food. Things store you, I'll eat it. No problem. Sorry that this is all I can do. As we're sitting here, as we're starting to go through this, it is weird how chill she's been with the situation. I know that we've kind of seen that she's like good under pressure, but it's still very odd. Anyway, but at least I can help in a small way. I eat brunch together with Doryu. Been in very bad shape due to a combination of lack of sleep and fatigue. Even chewing this food is a chore for me, but I managed for Doryu. And lastly, I forced myself to gulp down some coffee. Okay, buddy. Doryu stayed in the guest room last night. Figured things would turn out bad if she wasn't at her dorm in the morning. When I asked her about it, she said she'd already received permission to stay out by lying that one of her relatives had collapsed. It's a lie that only someone who had the trust of the dorm manager would be able to get away with. Yeah, for real. By the way, yesterday you said you found an old book in the clock tower. What happened to that book? Right, that's kind of what set all this off, isn't it? I'd forgotten about that entirely. I think I was just too distracted by tits. I pick up the old book that's been sitting on my desk. It's just an ordinary book written in ordinary black letters. There's no signs of the word kill in bright red text like I saw yesterday. Must have been another one of the Departed's illusions just for me. Can you read it? Excuse me, I'm very burpy right now. I can skim through it, but it'll be hard for me to fully understand without time and research. But it's related to the Departed, so we've got no choice but to read it, right? Shall we try our best to decipher it? My grades in classic literature are pretty good. I'm confident I can be of some help. Let's give it a shot then. Doryu and I put our heads together and tried to make some sense out of the old book. However, my addled and wearied mind is unable to focus, and I don't feel like I'm making much progress. I bet Doryu is feeling the same. She almost dozes off in her seat. Is this a book about, like, the rituals that the old town used to perform, maybe? Despite our less than stellar efforts, we managed to learn some new things. In the okay, cool, it is. In the past, M-Town apparently used to worship two gods. The first one was Lord Mushigami, who's mentioned in local lore, and the other lord is Kabigami. Furthermore, M-Town had a special wedding ceremony tied to those two gods. Does it have anything to do with the... with one ghost eating another ghost? And the name of that ceremony was The Departed's Marriage. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Good to be here.
Thought you fell for a second. Oh my god.
7章死人の嫁入り
It's the last chapter. Let's fucking go. I look at the clock and realize it's already evening. Out of the blue, my phone rings. Please stop ringing. Oh my god. Pangs of guilt hit me and I hesitate to pick up the phone. Maybe it's the police. Who knows? Maybe Michio's body was found and the cops received a report. Someone might have seen us together when we were heading to M-Town shop. Are you not gonna pick it up? Please, someone pick it up. No, I will. I have no choice but to face the music. Hello? It's me, Konoe. The super suspicious headmaster. Come to the school immediately. I'll brook no disagreement. That's an order from your client. Konoe's strong words are matched by an unusually strong, assertive tone of voice. Sure thing. No, this is Patrick. Sure thing. That's quite sudden, though. Can you at least tell me what's so important? I believe you must already have an idea. Does he know? Oh, fuck. It's about Kinakawa. It's about the girl we murdered. I don't know nothing. Can we just say that? I can feel my heart pounding loudly. Kinakawa. I'd like to hear the details directly from you. I'll be waiting here. Make it quick. I know we're kind of learning that, like, the headmaster doesn't really... Yeah, it wasn't me, officer. I mean, listen, he's not a cop. He's basically a cop. He's basically a cop. He's a headmaster, and he's a weirdo, and he keeps hiding the deaths of all these students like it's nothing. I don't fucking trust this man. Mr. Cost, you look really pale. Headmaster wants to talk about Michio with me. What? You're kidding. But how? Her corpse should have disappeared. Yeah, but we didn't check that it did. We just assumed it would. I'll be going to Konohara Academy. Then I will also... You stay here, Doryu. Situation will only get worse if we show up at school when you're supposed to be staying at your ill relative's place today. Understood. Be very careful, Mr. Cost. I will not. Drag my exhausted body to the garage. There are cats lurking everywhere. Shit, what should I do? Maybe I fooled Doryu. But the moment Mr. Konoe said the name Kinakawa, my body's been trembling. Calm your ass down, Vincenzo Cost. You don't know what's gonna happen. Keep your head in the game. That breathing, though. Slide in the car and take another deep breath. And then I slowly turn the ignition key. Yeah, but when are we gonna see the monster again? I just want to see the monster again. Hey! The chime rings when I arrive at Konohara Academy. Seems like I arrived just as class ended. School looks, not lurks. The school looks the same as always, with no cops or media in sight. Which means her corpse hasn't been found yet. Why does Mr. Konoe want to talk to me about Michio then? If they haven't found her body, right, it's probably because she's not been back to the dorm, and she's not been at school, and seems to be missing, and was, you know, fucking tailing us all of the time. He probably just wants to know what we've done with her, to which we can just say, oh, and move on with life, right? Right? What was that? With classes having just ended, students begin to exit the new building. However, everyone looks exhausted. I don't feel any of the usual joy that you'd expect from students at the end of school. But more disturbing than that... Oh, that's... We got a bug problem? Hey, school's got an infestation. I hate that. I hate those. Strange-looking apparitions are roaming around the school. Nobody has noticed their presence, though. I doubt they can even see them. How's Abe reacting to all this? The number of apparitions I can count is roughly equal to the number of students. It's not just one or two. And the apparitions all look the same, like a spirit with giant insectoid legs and human face. Spirits are simply clinging to the students without doing anything. Though I have a feeling that they must be the reason the students look so pale and lethargic. I can understand that they're being possessed by these spirits. But why is it happening now all of a sudden? Probably because the departed is like going like hog fucking wild, right? Granted, I can't like say for certain that that's what's happening, But I feel like that's not too wild a leap. So, you know, somehow I managed to restrain myself from making any surprise noises. Attracting attention here will only make me look suspicious. First of all, I need to get an idea what the situation is. Excuse me. What in the world? All the students and teachers I passed on my way to the infirmary, every single one of them had a spirit clinging to their back. I mean, this is probably like the Departed's wrath, right? Like, this is whatever it is that, like, killed all the people in M-Town and what killed that old man. Right? Wait, is it the same for me, too? I walk toward the wash basin in the corner of the infirmary, and when I look into the mirror, there are no spirits clinging to my back. Great. I'm the only one who doesn't have one. Well, Doryu doesn't have one either, right? Is this also the Departed's doing? What should I do? My mind becomes a swirling miasma of confused thoughts and muddled emotions. Even if I were to try and explain the situation to them, I'm the only one who can see these spirits, so nobody would ever believe me. What about Abe? Shit. Shit! This is bad. I'm completely out of ideas. But staying here is pointless. I should make a move. Mr. Konoe is waiting for me in the faculty room. May as well get this over with. Yeah, why did we come here first? Also, we have teeth. Increase success by 20%. What is the other option? Oh, bag enchantment. Okay, yeah, let's get the increasing success rate by 20 or to 20%, excuse me. 8 teeth in this chapter. Cool. I've missed 2, and that's tragic. I am saddened by that. It's fine. We've done a great job so far. I don't know where the other 2 would have been hidden. Alright, faculty room.
Hi, Farley. Get down. Don't bother my dad. Don't bother him.
He'll pet you. When I enter the faculty room, Mr. Konoe is already there with an exhausted look on his face. There's a spirit clinging to his back, though he doesn't seem to notice it either. Oh god! Oh no! That's horrible. Hold on, I do need to take a screenshot of that, because that's horrible. My god. Alright. Lovely. Perfect. You hate to see it. He finally arrived. Let's get on with it already. My body's feeling even more leaden than it was yesterday. I do recall that he mentioned feeling worn down yesterday as well. If this was, this fatigue is being caused by these vengeful spirits, that means he may have already been possessed back then. Does the fact that I can see these spirits mean that the Departed is getting even stronger? This man with the Sims 4 basic game hair! Honestly, though! Hi, Arcade. How are you doing, pal? We don't trust this man. We don't trust this man and his default hair. What's wrong? You seem like you're not quite looking at me. Yeah, sorry, I'm busy looking at the giant bug behind you. No, nothing. There are things he's better off not knowing. I'll just keep this quiet and not alarm him any more than I need to. So what's this about Kinakawa? Oh, right. She left the dorm yesterday and hasn't returned. You happen to know anything about that? Okay, cool. Well, you try not staring at the bug behind a man. You try to do that and tell me how easy it is. Cause look, that bug is staring at me. Oh boy, are they staring. Go get Travis. Drive safe, Allie! I love you! And I will message you later. We're gonna figure out a time to hang out, okay? Okay. Thank you for stopping in, though, and saying hi. I've missed you! She left the dorm yesterday and hasn't returned. Do you happen to know anything about that? Only just, Miss Allie. Hi, Fruity. How's it going? Okay, so it is just a matter of, like, they're asking me about Kinakawa because she's been a little freakazoid and won't leave me alone, and now she's missing. Great. In that case, we can just be like, ugh, and move on. I don't know. Well, I've got no idea what happened to her. After the promise I made with Doryu, this is the only way I can possibly respond. Alright. Just remember, if you cause some sort of incident, it will reflect poorly upon me as well, since I'm the one who hired you. I don't think so. I don't think the ghosts are behaving. We got to the school because Konoe wanted to talk to us about the girl that we murdered because she's missing. And by I murdered her, I mean, I don't know what happened to her. Where does she go? And everyone has ghost bug now, which is unfortunate. But, you know, what can you do? Does anybody know a ghost fumigator? It's me. I'm the ghost exterminator. I am to fumigate ghosts. I'm doing a bad job of it, if that's the case. This is a matter of the student's safety we're talking about here. If you're hiding something from me, I won't forgive you. Well, do I care? Okay. Should I be honest with him, since it involves Michio's safety? Even if I was, though, it's too late already. Telling him won't stop anyone's safety. If you truly don't know anything about it, then we'll handle it from here. I suppose we should contact her family. These types of situations are frankly a struggle without Sakamoto around to handle them. Stars, thank you for the contribution to the Gummy Hunt. Is Miss Sakamoto not here today? Yes, and she didn't even call in. It's very unlike her. Arcade, thank you for the contribution as well. Thought they were like thinking really hard about ghosts. That's an actual ghost bug on his head right now. Yeah. And thank you, Fruity, for the contribution to the Gummy Hunt. Yeah, no, we like showed up and everyone's just got this like spirit attached to their back right now, and it's like causing them all to be like really like lethargic and tired. I think that this is what the wrath, or the departed's wrath is. That like weird disease that everyone got that killed them. I think this is what killed the old man. Salvia, depression be like, for real. Honestly though. Your spirit ghost is the coolest and sweetest and most awesome looking, and a reflection of your natural soul. Just a big kitty. It's just a big kitty, huh? I wouldn't say anything if she just weren't feeling well. Everyone falls ill sometimes. Her absence has been troubling me since I found this thing on my desk. Here, read it. He hands me 5 sheets of paper bundled together with a paperclip. Looks like a write-up to me. As soon as I read the first page, I groan. Me eating ice cream in bed right now, hunched over like that. Listen, sometimes you just gotta like goblin hunch and shovel that ice cream in. I am here for this. This is me supporting you in this endeavor. This is basically a formalized complaint against Vincenzo Cost, the temporary teacher. Paper's a laundry list of reasons why I'm unfit to be a teacher at this hallowed institution. And to no one's surprise, my unnatural close relationship with two members of the student council is primary concern. If Sakamoto is dead, I don't give a shit, dude. I can't stand this woman. Who cares about all that? Or who cares about all that? Read the last page. Good. I'm glad, because you know what? I want you to sit there in bed, hunched over like this bug creature, and I want you to enjoy that ice cream, because you deserve to enjoy it. I know how to talk. What's the last page say? What's this now? This fifth page is different from the others. The other pages were written with a stern, diligent hand, but this page is inked with sloppy, disconcerting handwriting. Oh. The voice keeps ringing in my mind. They keep calling and calling and they don't stop. I will soon die. 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 There's only one way to save my life. Go to the small room deep in the darkness. Goodness, at long last. Fox Mushigami Kabigami. Fox Mushigami Kabigami. Fox Mushigami Kabigami. I like that this is just like how this man looks now. He just has this bug on him at all times. What the hell is this? Mushigami and Kabigami. It's the names of the two gods mentioned in the old M-Town book. This can't be a coincidence. How could Sakamoto have written this? A voice echoing in their head, guiding them a step closer to death. It reminds me of something. That's right, Izumi said something similar before he died. Oh yeah, I guess Konoe was with us when Izumi fucking ate shit, huh? But it's too late now. I messed up. The departed hates me. I keep hearing a voice saying, die, 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 die in my head. Got no fucking time left. I don't want to die. I'll definitely kill Hanako at the music room. Perhaps Sakamoto is also being targeted by the departed. But why would Sakamoto... Why, you're asking? Don't you even realize it? You keep asking why, why? Always why? Isn't it your entire job to investigate that? Yeah, and I've been trying, and you've not been letting me. It's because of your slowness and incompetence that we have these mounting casualties. I mean, I could just leave. Mr. Konoe raises his voice and glowers at me. Such a normally mild-mannered person lashing out that much. Is this because of the curse, or is he just that stressed? Or is he just an asshole? People's lives are at stake here. We've had students perish already. Right? No. Okay, listen, Arcade. For real, though. It's not like he's doing anything about it. Even when he was, like, investigating with us that one time, he didn't do shit about anything. I don't want to hear this man complain. Imagine how many people would be dying if I wasn't here. So, we'll just, you know, leave that there. Don't use your unprofessionalism as an excuse. Results are all that matter. It's entirely your fault that things have turned out this way. Not for real, he's absolutely a Karen. I made myself clear, Cost. I'm just... Right. Stunned speechless myself. You're not, though, because you're still talking. Mr. Konoe lets out a sigh and his shoulders droop. My grandfather founded this school. I must protect it. Yeah, but again, have we considered that your grandfather might be part of the problem? I'm still not letting that go. No matter what we found thus far. I've been working so hard to do that. My heart feels like it's breaking now. You should go to the doctor. Mr. Konoe. Yeah, no, he's 100% a Nepo baby. His grandfather ran this school. His father ran this school, I think. This game is full of problematic grandfathers. They're all an issue. Have we considered taking all of the problematic grandfathers and pushing them over there? Horrible. The only thing I desire now is your report telling me that this case has been resolved. Sorry, I also keep like rubbing my arm on my desk in a way that kind of sucks. I burned my arm earlier today. Can't see it. That's good. It is ouchies, though. What? It's not great. It sucks. I don't want to fritter away any more time having this conversation. You're dismissed, Cost. Yeah, okay, whatever. Can we tie him and Abe up together and then kick them both into the sun? I'm real tired of all these people yelling at me for doing my fucking job. And then accusing me of not doing my fucking job. School will be closing shortly. All students, please promptly vacate the school grounds for today. As much as I want to inspect the clock tower, the door's locked in the evening. I'll wait in the infirmary until the sun sets. Alright. Into the infirmary we go. I go back to the infirmary and wait until nightfall. I'm very sniffly today. It's time to head out. Will the door to the clock tower be open? Probably. A knock. Who's here at this hour? Oh! Now Doryu has a bug. Okay. You better close this case now! Why aren't you finishing cases? Terrible job! Man, I just need him to stop yelling at me. I hope he took a nap. He and his little ghost bug just cuddled up. I mean, if Doryu stole his bug, maybe he'll stop being a dick then. I don't know, even pre-bug, he was being kind of an asshole. Mr. Cost? Why are you here? Doryu enters the room, a spirit clinging to her back. I wasn't there at Kujou Mansion. Did it appear once she came to Konohara Academy? Or is it because of the time? I mean, her having a bug does kind of like, once again, limit the suspicion that she's the departed, right? Because it'd be weird for her to have that, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's fine. More mysteries are piling up and none of them are being solved. Oh my god, she and Mr. Konoe must be the same person! Uggy! Can you... No. No. Uggy! Don't do this. I like Himiko. I snuck in since I thought you'd be the only one here at this time. I'm a real delinquent now. Haha. Why did you come here? You're gonna go to the clock tower, right? I'll tag along. Don't! You know what happened to the last person who came to the clock tower with me? She got by me! I swear to God. Can't let you. I'm not gonna have a repeat of what happened to me, Chiho. Yeah! Listen, I didn't ask for your permission. I'm tagging along whether you like it or not. She got booped. She's just sewer slidle? Oh. I was like, oh. I understand. Honestly, though, girl's got a death wish. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought you were thinking of the she got scooped. So that is why I said it the way I did. I forgot we had the Helen emote. Is that a follower emote? I think so. Thank you for reminding me of Clock Tower. This incident isn't just about you. It's also affecting me. Or you. I don't want her to join my investigation. I like her, and I don't want to do a murder on her. Well, I mean, these are things that we know. A character I like. Therefore, evil or dead. Possibly both. Let's just get out of here. I'm not too worried about looking for teeth. I say that and then immediately go back to look for teeth. Because it's not like
ここ
What is this? The light illuminating the ground is reflecting off something. Thanks. I'm glad to know that you're still holding true to the whole I can borrow your teeth thing. Bend over and pick it up. Look! Arcade's tooth! Thanks. Well, I'm just thinking, like, did I get my teeth from the other room yet? No, they live on my altar. That's where they live. I can't get them. I should, though. I like them. Hi, Devo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good... Altars are a good place to keep your spare teeth. Right? Thank you for your donation to the cause, Arcade. We appreciate the wisdom tooth they pulled out and didn't let you keep. They just looked at it and said, nah, and then yeeted it out the window. For me to find. Massive statue of the Guardian Fox stands here. It's dark and... Yeah, that's the same description. Fox is not giving me teeth this time, but we did find teeth in front of Fox. It all comes full circle. We're right back where we started. Goodness gracious. Hold on, I need my slippers. Everything else about me is fine. But my foot... Alrighty. Thank you for waiting, everyone. It's very important to get sleepies. Clock tower with a clock that has stopped moving. I thought it was just gonna leave it at a clock tower with a clock, and it's like, yeah, that's what a clock tower is. Inside this tower, Michio is... Let's go, Mr. Cost. Did I actually... Okay, I did turn the heater on. I was like, it's not kicked on yet. No, it's there. It's there. Yeah. A tower without a clock. They specifically said a clock tower. Can you imagine a clock tower without a clock? It'd just be a tower. Also, the door's half opened. That means we can go inside. Makes me feel like this is the Departed's work. I mean, yes! Are you sure about this door, you? Clockless. Wild. A tower of lies. Like someone commenting on a building and specifically noting the absence of a clock. Ah, yes, a school building without a clock. They're just really into clocks, okay? I can hear the sounds of Dory trying to steal herself. It's going through her mind right now. Tension? Or is it fear? In any case, her gaze is fixed forward. I'm ready. Alright, let's go. And then we immediately turn around and bash her over the head with a crew burr. Ugh. Awful wet in here. There's no trace of Michio's corpse in the clock tower. There's nothing left on the floor. Yeah, we did kind of make a bit of a mess, huh? Neither traces of blood nor the giant insects. It's like the post about commenting on the absence of smells unprompted. Doesn't smell like anything in here. I don't know that I've seen that. The only post about smells that I know is somebody being like, wow, this candle smells like Fireball. And it's like, yeah, Cynthia, that's cinnamon. Mr. Cost? I knew it. The departed disposed of her corpse. I guess so, yeah. Hey, Devo, can you stop honking? You sound silly. Okay. Michio. I'm just gonna wander around. Stumbling on her feet, Dory walks toward the area where Michio collapsed. I can read. I keep forgetting she's got bug. Oh, is that what it was? I see. Emmy, hi. Oh, jeez. Emmy, we got bugs. It's awful bugs out. If there is a bug, any bug, I get a bug. That's me. You just described me. I am being personally attacked by Arcade Kitten right now. She then turns around to me and begins to speak. Michio was the best friend I ever had. She was bad. I don't feel great about doing a murder on her, but like, she was a bad friend. She might have seemed selfish to you, but she was actually a really caring person. Yeah, you tell yourself that. Even when she decided to be the student council vice president, she only did it to help me out. She didn't even really want to be a student council member. Then why'd she do it? That feels... If she didn't want to do it, and like... and it was just supposed to be to help you out, that honestly sounds more like a detriment than anything. I just don't like Michio, I think is what's happening here. I know, we'll just let anyone in. It's ridiculous. She began to speak and her voice sounded just like a violin. That'd be horrifying? That would be terrifying. Were you two friends for a long time? Yes, we were friends even before we entered kindergarten. Our parents are close. Both of us are only children, so we became friends quickly. Because both of us wanted to have siblings, we often played sisters. I'd play the stubborn, fussy older sister, while she'd be the sloppy yet kind younger sister. Yeah, okay. She continues rambling, until her voice gradually fades. I bet even Doryu herself has no idea what she's saying right now. Whenever I pop into stream, you're saying how much you dislike the white-haired lady. Listen! She was a fucking freak! Yeah, she's definitely not a problem now. But she was so obnoxious! She kept, like, the first time that we met her, she's all like, you're my rival! And it's like, okay, child, whatever. I'm literally twice your age, and I can kick you. And then she started hitting on us, and again, I am literally twice your age, and I can kick you. Please stop. And she wouldn't listen to us, and just kept being horrible, and she, like, wouldn't even listen to her friend when her friend was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't go do these things. And she's like, I'm gonna go do what I want. I'm an adult. And it's like, that's my final summary of Michio is, so horrible. So yeah, when it turned out that we fucking murdered her, it's like, oh no, what a shame. I feel so bad about this. But that situation really annoyed me too, because it's like, again, it's not... It's just like, it's so frustrating, because the entire time, every time she was like following us around, we just kept being like our character was just like, you need to go. You need to get out of here. Go back to your dorm. You need to leave. Be gone. It's dangerous. You gotta go. And it's like, and she wouldn't go. And it's like, well, the consequences of your actions. When will you learn? Anyway. She was marked for death. She didn't even have a death mark, but she was marked by death. Even in death, she's annoying. Yes! Yes! I fucking hate her. Which is not to say that I wished death on her, but also, you know what? That does kind of solve my problem of her being around. But now this chick won't stop talking about her, and it's like, get a better friend. Get a not dead friend. Consider, Kimiko. Sorry, that's very mean. I don't mean that. But I kind of do. Get a better friend who is also not dead. It's not the time for action. It's time to just be there for her and listen. It's not, though. We are in the haunted tower. We need to go. Oh my god. Shared everything with Michio. My hobbies, future dreams, the troubles I hid from other people. Yeah, listen! She could just be friends with the bug on her back. You're right, Arcade. Even my crush. Oh no, are we gonna... Listen to me, Mr. Cost. Michio loved you. Yeah, and it was highly inappropriate. What? Did you realize her feelings? No! Because she's a child! No! That's too far, Mr. It's not! She is a baby! It's only been a few weeks since we first met. Time is irrelevant. It's all about the event that made her fall for you. It's... What event? Didn't you compliment her hair before? Yes, after literally going through every other available option. Not too far, right? Yeah, no, Arcade. I mean, I realized, but I'm an adult man. This is how Aloes perceive romance. Me, a romantic. No. Me, an adult. No. Honestly, though, this kind of shit, I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get this whole, like, it's love at first sight. It's, no. Also, she's a child. We literally had an issue with a teacher being a weirdo. Right? It was love at first hair compliment. And again, I went through every other option available to me through that section. Yeah. We complimented her hair after we had no other choice. It's true. Complimented her hair once, and we beat her to death with a crowbar once. So on balance, we probably weren't madly in love. It's true. No, you're fine, Emily. the mobile lag and long nails are... It's real. The struggle is real. She believed it was fate that there was someone who could see our curse other than the two of us. Oh my god. But I'm a teacher, and she is a student. So you think that's weird? Himiko! Yes! Sorry, I'm also, like, not paying. I'm definitely being much louder than I usually am. Because, you know, I can be now. That's kind of exciting for a short amount of time. But also I need to scream about the fact that she is a child! I think they're like second years. So they're like, what, 15, 16? Get out of here! And she sucks. She's horrible and she's a baby. And also, now she's fucking dead. Yeah, it's... why is he saying it that way? Yeah, it's not very common. Because it's illegal! Oh my god, I'm actually gonna, like, have an aneurysm or something. Holy shit. That doesn't mean it's impossible. It does! Doryu, she is a baby! 5 years ago at this school, there was a tragic love story between a teacher and his students. Yeah, and one of them assaulted him. So, I wouldn't really call that a love story. Is it really so wrong for a teacher and an underage corpse to be in a relationship? Where do I start? Oh my god. She must be referring to Rei Kashima and Sosuke Hirose from the art club. She probably heard it from Michiyo. And even he wasn't like... They're completely misunderstanding that. Or maybe I'm completely misunderstanding that because of my fucking arrow ass. But like, he didn't view her that way. He just wanted her to succeed. And yeah, definitely crossed some boundaries by just being close with her and not telling her no. But I didn't take that as a... Oh god, oh god. Okay. Do you think love can bloom on the battlefield? Sorry. Love can bloom regardless of your situation. She's a baby. Doesn't matter whether the love is accepted or not. Kinda does. Kinda does. Oh my god, can we just skip this? It might be insensitive at times, but I think I understand the kind of love Doryu is talking about. It's a feeling young girls often consider precious. However, I am an adult and a teacher, albeit a temporary one. Though they might think they have adult feelings, but you and Doryu are children at the end of the day. It's my responsibility to keep it that way. Thank you, Vincenzo! Oh my god! I can't accept those feelings, Doryu. Is that so? Yes! Oh my god. I'm relieved to hear that. You're still the same as ever. Alright, we're tying Himiko into that bundle with Abe and Konoe, and we are yeeting them into the sun. I'm so sorry you got an ad. It's fine, Arcade, because Vincenzo said, no, that's not appropriate. It's fine. A teacher who harbors romantic feelings for their student is the worst. I am sick of this gaslight girl or gatekeep girl boss bullshit. Get her out of here. Doryu gives me a mischievous smile. Was that some kind of test? I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. It's not like I want you to accept your feelings. I just want you to recognize Michiyo's love. No. I think that's what she'd want too. Cool, she can want that. No. Doryu. Her love remained a bud until the end. Never had a chance to bloom. Good. But now that you have finally realized her feelings, I believe maybe her soul can rest a bit easier. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I liked Himiko, and now I've just like done a complete 180, and I'm just like, nah, fuck that. Thank you, Mr. Cost. I mean, beside the fact that they're doing this whole like, but she loved you nonsense. Get that out of my stupid horror game. Get that out of my silly little horror game. I just want to look at the fucked up fang tits, okay? I just want to look at the creepy, horrible monsters whom I love. I don't want to talk about this weird child who was highly inappropriate throughout the entire fucking game. She is dead now. Let her be dead. Happy that Vince has been consistently sensible and not a freak, though. Fucking same. Same. Okay. I need to take a moment because that just got me, like, real riled up. I came for supernatural horror, not realistic horror. For real, Salvia. Oh my god. Listen. Okay. Deep breath in. And let it out. We're good. Everything is fine. I can stop screaming now. Sorry. What are you gonna do now? Make you stay outside the tower and go home. And I'm gonna finish doing what I'm doing here. Find out who the departed is, obviously. In order to do that, we need to decipher the old book we found here. So let's go back to the infirmary. I'm sure we can decipher it if we both give it our best. It's not like we have a choice anyway. However, even with both of us, it'll take some time to decipher the content of the book. I wish there was a better way to do this. Okay, but can I get teeth? Mannequin without limbs, has it always been this way?
ここ
Cabinet full of old books. There used to be a board blocking the door. Didn't have time to check it before. Let's give it a look now. Teeth? I open the door and inspect their spots. Or other spots beside the upper shelf where the old books are stored. Everything is basically junk, like a moldy mirror, a white mask, and some worm-eaten fabric. If only they'd been preserved properly, they might be valuable antiques. Find a familiar item among the junk. Thief! Thief! Thief, 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 thief. I love teeth.
いけそうだ
Hey! We leveled up. Alright. Can I go upstairs? Are there more teeth here? By the way, Doryu, you said you and Michio saw an altar where the doll was placed in the clock tower, right? Are there more bug girls here? I'll take more bugs. I don't see an altar anywhere. Yeah, I'm surprised myself. There was definitely an altar when we came here. This is strange. Were they hallucinating or something? I don't think that's the case because the altar was also mentioned in the school newspaper. It's absurd to think they were all hallucinating. In that case... it may have been something caused by the departed. No one knows which is the real clock tower. Clock tower we're in now, or the one you saw before with the altar. Ah. Yeah, okay, well...
ここ
Teeth? A large wooden box. Use the item inside here to... Mr. Cost? You have to focus on your investigation or else we'll fail. Yeah, I know. There's a small item lying in the corner of the box. Okay. Teeth. I'm glad we came up here. That's 3 teeth. There are only 5 teeth left. Teeth, 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 teeth. Teeth, 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 teeth. Teeth, 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 teeth. Teeth, 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 teeth. Sorry, I'm just very excited about the teeth. Okay. Back to the infirmary. You know what? I can just do this. Why am I running all the way back there? I can just do this. Hey, Cost. Familiar voice greets me when I enter the infirmary. Oh, Machida, you got bugged. So you're actually here, huh? Credit where credit is due. You were right, hag. Yasuoka's here too. You could always trust my intuition. Machida, Yasuoka. I called Kujou Mansion, but no one answered. I got worried, Cost. It really caused us trouble. I can see spirits on their backs too. Hey, we love us some bugs here. We are bugged up! Are these spirits attaching themselves to everyone who enters school grounds? Not just those who attend Konohara Academy? Judging by the awful look on your face, something must have happened. Spill it. Now. About that. Hold on a second. Okay. Don't do that, Mr. Cost. If you tell them, you'll... I was making that joke earlier. I am the exterminator, though, Arcade. You must be Doryu, the student council president. Please, trust us. Cost is our friend. We won't betray him. Yeah, we are the exterminator. We were told there were a couple. We didn't realize there was a full infestation. Gotta come back with bigger guns. Cost is already a jumbled pile of misdemeanors. Trespassing, theft, traffic violations, some more theft. Can't count them all on my fingers. I'm not gonna be surprised by anything that comes out of his damn mouth. Stop wasting my time and spit it out already. Jesus, Machida. Fine, I'll talk. I want to bring an end to this case no matter what it costs me. I need your help. I tell them everything that happened last night, and I don't hide a single thing. The Departed's Wrath, the old book we found at the clock tower. Alright, everyone, hold your breath. It's fumigation time! Oof. The fact that I killed Michio, Doryu helping me out, and the spirits I've been seeing on everyone since this morning. You must be kidding me. I think you'd kill someone. Listen. Don't blame him for that. He was controlled by the Departed. Sanity or not, murder is still murder. Article 199, a person who kills another person is punished by the death penalty or life imprisonment, or for a definite term of no less than 5 years. I'd slap the cuffs on you myself if I had them with me. Bruh. I can see that. Let me just say one thing. The law only applies if the victim is human. What do you mean by that? Oh, come on. Stop playing dumb. You damn well know what I mean. There's a definite chance Michio Kinakawa was the Departed. Yeah, but it's... I mean, again, she could have pulled a and then there was none sort of situation. But, like, I don't think so. Bugs live in lawless land. It's true. What are we gonna do? What are you going on about now? There's no way Michio was... You think there's no way? She's pretty suspicious to me. Doesn't her unnatural attachment and affection for you remind you of the Departed? I mean, yeah. Please stop. How dare you talk about her love like that? Better watch your mouth too, Himiko Doryu. You're also a suspect. Both of you have something in common with the way you approach Cost. Enough! You're being so cruel! Doryu glares at Machida, her shoulders trembling. She's gonna lunge at him at any moment now. I mean... I'm gonna stop, Doryu. Calm down, Doryu. I'll deal with him. Understood. I didn't... Cost, here's my suggestion for you. I thought that was gonna just tell her to, like, shut the fuck up. And not that it was siding with her. Investigate Michio Kinakawa. Determine whether or not she was really the Departed. When Michio was already... Even if her corpse is gone, the evidence remains. Search her room. You might find clues about the Departed there. Where did she live? The dormitory near the school. She's in the same dorm as you, right? Yes. It's a good thing we have someone who knows about the dorm with us. Will you help us out? She's already double departed. Maybe even triple. Could be a double departed. Even a triple departed. A quadruple departed! Sorry. Mr. Cost, are you telling me you suspect Michio? I don't know. But that's exactly why we need to confirm it. Understood. I'll cooperate since I believe she's innocent. Thanks, Doryu. Emmy knows my reference. Hey, Cost. You mentioned seeing vengeful spirits? Yeah, in fact, there's also one on your back. Guess this must be why I've been feeling weird ever since yesterday. Wonder if the reason only you can see them is because you're the Departed's groom. What are they, anyway? The embodiment of the Departed's curse, most likely. Might be a result of their transformation, like the red lights in the school. Perhaps they all look the same because they were born from the same curse. It's not totally impossible, though the fact that the spirits are part human, part insect definitely raises some questions, does it? Considering one of the Japanese characters composing the name Lord Mushigami means insect, I wonder if there's a connection. Yes, obviously. The deities of M-Town and the Departed, they really might be connected in some way. Yes, of course! Perhaps they all look the same because we didn't want to pay the artists to make more. Oh no! but Maybe. I don't know for certain, but I have a prediction. Those who are possessed by spirits will grow progressively weaker before they eventually die. Did you ever see that movie Shudder? Yes. Yes? Let me just triple check. Yes. Forever ago. I guess, are we talking the, like, the original, was it Thai? Was it Japanese? I want to say it was Thai. Or the American one. I think I've seen both. Living also means just growing potentially weaker until you eventually die, so it's not that profound, Miss Yasuoka. Yeah, but listen. What if they die tomorrow? I've witnessed it several times. No way. So everyone will die at this rate? Is there anything we can do to avoid it? Considering the number of the spirits, performing an exorcism is out of the question. Our only hope is to exterminate the leader of the spirits, the departed. They're the cause of this disaster. Once they're gone, everything will go back to normal. Things have gone from worse to horrible at blazing speed. The damage is spread. But our mission remains unchanged. There's something I'd like to ask you, Yasuoka. I take the old book from my bag. Can you help us decipher this book? It's a book about M-Town, a formerly inhabited area near here. Maybe it can also tell us something about the departed. Yeah! I have seen it, but it's been years. Maybe it'll be one of the next horror fests we do. This next week we're gonna watch Ghost Watch. Because it's on Shudder with the D's. But I think I can find Shudder. I remember liking it. It's been, like I said, like, it's been ages. I think that's one of those that I, like, watched when I was in, like, high school or something. Yeah. Didn't it, like, help inspire... It either inspired or was inspired by Fatal Frame, which is cool. Can you read it? You're really well versed in these things. Sure, I'll do my best. I'll try to decipher as much of the book as I can until you all return. Shall we head over to the student dormitory? It's just across from the bus stop in front of the school. Sometimes you just kind of have a little ghost friend on your shoulder. Brought new sacred objects. Great. Reduces 4 damage from suspensive acts. Let's see. Reduce 4 action cost. Increase successive rate during suspensive acts by 25. Okay, let's do... reduce damage. Hopefully we'll be able to find 3 more so we can get the action one as well. So that would be great. The success rate would be wonderful, but like, we've already increased it by 20%, so I think we should be okay. Hold on, I want to go back in here. I've already forgotten what we were doing, but can I talk to everyone? Hope Kinikawa's not the departed. You believe in her, right, Cost? Right, we're going to the dormitory. I remember. Okay. Sorry, they all, like, there was just a lot of information in there, and my brain just kind of shut off for a little bit. I was like, are we deciphering the book? Are we going somewhere? What's happening? Wait, hold on. Can I not have Himiko with me, or do I have to have Himiko with me because we're going to the dormitory? I have to have Himiko here, okay. Okay. I'm gonna get hit by a bus. I mean, if only we were so lucky. No, it's... oh my goodness! Yawns! Yeah, no, my brain has, like, just fully shut down now. I think being as worked up about that one situation has, like, left me pretty tired. Love her little girly run. It is very silly. Actually, before we go to the student dormitory, I used to do that as a kid because you thought it made you look cute. Oh, arcade. It's bench with peeling paint. It is your pea paint bench. What's that? Toof! Something on the ground near the bench. Teef! Pick it up. It's an eerie toof. Teef, 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 teef. Alright, I don't know why I went back over there, but this is the way that we need to go. We go along the road and finally reach the dorm. But the front door is locked. Not surprising, given that it's already past curfew. Back door might be open. I'm glad you liked my Teef song. I wrote it just for you. Okay. Dorm manager's a bit sloppy sometimes. She often forgets to lock the door. Dory was right. The back door is open. See, I told you. Hold on a second. She hasn't always been sneaking out. She's only just started to do it. But she's a student council president, and therefore makes it her business to know where people are being bad. We'll be in trouble if we get caught. Let's hurry. Yeah. Fortunately for us, the dorm entrance is empty when we get there. Thank goodness the manager isn't here. Thought she'd stay behind with Michio's disappearance and all. Looks like she went home at a regular time. Wow, what a loyal employee. Shall we look for the key to Michio's room? The manager has a duplicate, so we'll be fine as long as we find that. What are these noises?
Yoshi.
A row of mailboxes. Based off the number of mailboxes I see, student dormitory is quite big.
ここ
This is the administration office where the dorm manager works. He should be around here. Please wait a minute. I'll take a look. Yeah, okay. Doryu enters the administration room. I'm the only one in the entrance now. Every student just gets 2 mailboxes. It's so that they can get all their big packages. This is bad. If a student happens to come in at this moment, I'm not going to have any good explanation. Not only did I barge in here without permission, but this is a female dormitory. There's no justification for me being here. Come on, get back here soon. My impatience is starting to grow. But then Doryu appears, granting my wish. In her hand is a key with a label attached. Found it. This is the key to Michio's room. Being a detective is enough explanation, I think. So, like, we're not telling anyone that we're, like, a detective or, like, a spiritualist or anything like that because Konoe, like, strictly forbid it. Because he's a freak and he didn't want my presence to, like, ruin the reputation of the school or whatever. Which is why they made me a temporary teacher, and it's like... Whatever, man. I'll pretend to be a different detective. Easy! Fair. Good point. Alright. So it was that easy to find, huh? Dorm sure is unsafe. Easy access to keys, and the back door isn't even locked. Key was in a sturdy case with a combination lock. I only know the combination because Michio told me. Why did Michio know it? She snooped on the manager once when she was entering it and memorized it. She didn't intend to do anything bad with it, though. Probably. Well, why else would she have that information? Goodness. This should get us into Michio's room. Her room is on the 4th floor. Let's take the elevator. Okay, but
Yosh.
first... Stairs, though all that lies ahead is darkness. Building has an elevator, better make use of it. Okay, I was just looking for teeth.
ここ
Just really wanted some teeth. Here's an elevator. It's not a very big one. Probably can only fit 4 or 5 people tops. Let's go to the 4th floor. I guess. I suppose. Alright. Once we arrive on the 4th floor, I let Doryu lead us down the hallway. We come to a stop in front of the door with the number 402 on it. This is Michio's room. The moment Doryu opens the door, I duck into the room. Frig. I turn on the light to reveal the whole room. Is this a single room? I only see one bed here. Just sort of assumed you'd be sharing a room since this is a student dormitory. It's not really common, but yes, all the rooms here are single rooms. Well, now that I know this room only has a single occupant, that means that anything I see here is a reflection of Michio's personality. Looks like she likes frogs more than she likes bugs. This doesn't look like a room that a terrifying spirit like the departed would live in. I'm gonna see what I can find. Just wait here. I do want some of these, like, frog plushies, though. She'll leave the investigation to you. Like this guy. This one's pretty cute, too.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the small frog decorations, there's also a plastic fish tank on the shelf. Inside the tank is a dead frog. Because it died on top of a dry stone, its body is completely shriveled up. It's bone dry. Bring the little one. Frogs are pretty good. Frog drives away bugs. Whisper suddenly invades my mind. This isn't the first time I've experienced this. Strange voice is speaking to me. Frog. Bring the little one. Frog drives away bugs. Frog is full of bugs. Are they telling me to bring this dead frog somewhere? For what reason, I wonder to myself. Please don't pick up the dead frog. But the voice in my head never gives me an answer. Sitting here and waiting for an answer will get me nowhere. What I need to do is make a decision. A voice chosen to follow the guidance of the spirit's whisper. Who knows? Maybe this frog has some kind of spiritual power. I throw it at the departed and it hates it. I obtained a dried up frog. I think I actually want that as a screenshot. Hold on. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Why is it like this? Why do we have this? Dry baby!
これは
We do be loving dry baby. Maybe if I just pretend that the dried frog is dry baby, it'll be fine. Her dresser is most likely filled with clothing. There's a stuffed frog doll on the top. Should I check her drawers too, just in case? I hesitate a bit, but then I realize there are bigger issues than decorum at play here. Inside the drawers are Michio's casual clothes. These clothes reveal that she didn't appear to care overly much about fashion, as some of the clothes are very similar to one another. I get it, we put the teeth in the frog's mouth, and then it can eat like a normal person. Then he can have spaghetti! Frog can have sketty! I also inspect the backs just to be sure, but I don't find anything hidden on them. Toof! When I close the drawers, something falls down to the ground. Toof for my frog? Pick it up. It's Miri Toof. We got a toof. We love a toof. Moe said lost souls are often seen in places near spiritual disorders. So why is this thing here then? Because Michio was the fucking, like, was the departed. Or was some sort of thing placed there by the departed. Oh, so Michio gets to keep her wisdom tooth, but not me. I'm so sorry. Point me in the direction of this dentist. I'll teach him a thing or two. Rather curious to find it here, though it's too early to use this as evidence against Michio. Even if the storm is cursed, we can't just assume that Michio was the cause of it. Or consider We do. Mattress sits atop a typical pipe bed frame, and there's a stuffed frog doll sitting on the pillow. She only has a light blanket on the bed. Does she not get cold at night? Look at this little board. There's a frog-shaped board hanging on the wall. Find 2 notes on it. One is a note about raising a frog, and the other is about her summer vacation plans. August 8th, school day. Go to the clock tower with Hime. It must have been the day when she and Doryu discovered the female doll in the clock tower. Or consider the Michio that we've been seeing. Ah, fuck, this really does just kind of like point to Himiko, huh? The Michio that we have been seeing has been an illusion this whole time. Or has been some sort of like ruse from the departed, who is actually Himiko, and she's trying to shift the blame to her by us being in, well, I guess not by, she was trying to discourage us from coming in here, huh? And it kind of shows. Why would a girl who has made frogs her entire personality in her bedroom only have bug-related things at school when she could very clearly have frog things? Like frog earrings and frog pins. Nope, she's got bug things. They're the 2, shit. Fuck. They're the 2 gods, aren't they? Oh no! Frog eat bugs, but not without teeth. Just eats them whole. Swallows them. Like little raisins. Well, shit. There's a thin layer of dust on the desk, along with a notebook. Froggy Log 3 is written on the cover. As the title suggests, the notebook is all about a frog it seems she was caring for. See a lot of enthusiastic praise inside. Things like, OMG, so cute! Or true beauty. There are also some cute drawings that convey her affection toward her pet amphibian. But with no dates mentioned in the entries, it's hard to guess when she wrote these. Other than that, there are a lot of notes about her frog's food. She fed it either crickets, flies, or earthworms, trying to learn what the frog liked the most. Furthermore, she happily noted how the frog would eat the insects. Yeah, she was a ruse. The Michio that we've known was a ruse, and it was a test by Himiko. That's why she was happy to know that we didn't share. Our affection was non-existent for her, because she wants it for herself. Calendar with a frog drawing is hanging on the wall. It's already October, but the calendar's remained on August. Yeah, because she's been fucking dead since August. It's a small refrigerator for a single person. There are a few bottles of soda inside. There's a large poster of a loving frog mom and her frog child. Frild. That concludes my inspection. Did you learn anything, Mr. Cost? Yeah, a lot. Just what did you learn? President's preferences changed. No, the owner of this room loves frogs. Stuffed dolls, fish tank, and the poster. This place is stuffed to the gills with frogs. Seems like something quite important. Mr. Cost? Why would that be important? How do I say it? It's hard to explain, but I just kind of feel, I guess, like saying that the interest change was the right option. Judging by the way she's staring at me, I don't think she's very convinced. Okay, well here. The Michio I know loves bugs, but the owner of this room clearly loves frogs. Additionally, from what she wrote in her notebook, she only considers bugs to be food for her frog. That's a pretty drastic change in personality, don't you think? Well, true, but she's always been a fickle person. Her preferences change every once in a while. Last year, she was really into video games, and before that, she was obsessed with puzzles. So, honestly, it doesn't seem all that weird. Answer me, Doryu. When did Michio start liking bugs? It was around the end of August, when her summer break ended. I mean, I feel like these were all important. There's no sign of life in this room. There's a layer of dust on the desk, and she neglected the frog she'd been raising. Furthermore, the calendar is on August, almost as if time has stopped here. Yeah, she's shaming her for her hyperfixations. Like, stop. Get a soda. You deserve a soda. But Michio came back here every day. She might have returned here, but I honestly doubt that she spent her time here as a human. Oh my god. Time in this room stopped in August, the same time as a dramatic change in preferences. That can't be coincidence in my book. Something must have happened to Michiho around that time. She turned into a different person after that point. But is person even the right word here? I keep getting surprised by this bug. Not like scared, but I just am like, oh, you're still here. Mr. Cost, are you saying that this room hasn't changed in a long time? And Michio suddenly changed her interests because she'd become the departed? I don't know that she became the departed. I definitely know that something happened. It's our third-party member, honestly. I can't bring myself to answer her question, but remaining silent is going to help anyone. Michio is the departed. No, it can't be. Doryu protests frantically. I understand her feelings. I truly do. Michio really had changed since the end of August. That means when we first met at school that night, she was already... For the entire time I've known Michio, she was the departed. Was she, though? The departed is a spirit. Spirits are already dead. Putting it that way, the Michio from that time... I mean, her eyes are already, like... I don't... Her eyes were already, like, cloudy. Which, like, doesn't happen for a... I'd say a while. It doesn't happen for, like, a bit after death. It would not happen immediately. And I did kind of notice that before, but I assumed that... I don't know, I just, like, didn't comment on it. But I don't think... I don't know. If the Michio we knew recently was the departed, what about the real Michio? Oh, she's fucking dead. It's not hard to imagine. The departed replaced the real Michio. Both of them wouldn't have been able to exist at the same time, so... I'm sure she was killed months ago. This can't be real. Yep. What can we say? Our business here is done. We've learned what we wanted to know. Or rather, we learned what we didn't want to know. Ever since leaving the dorm, Doryu's had a blank look on her face. Can't blame her. She's lost her best friend a second time. Bet she's got no tears left to cry at this point. Hey, can we check out Himiko's room? For reasons? You okay? Yes. Short, hollow response. She looks so pale. I'm worried that she might just collapse. Let's head back to the infirmary. We need to share this information with the others. Let's go! While we're here, I need more water, and I need to use the restroom. So we'll be right back, and yeah, we'll just be right back. Everyone, we found a frog in we found a frog room. It was nuts. Should have been there. But yeah, quick break, get some water, do a stretch, use the bathroom if you gotta, grab a snack maybe. I'll be back in like a few minutes, so. Friends. Yes. Oh. I don't want to leave my friends though. We'll just exit out. I mean, turn off my PS4s. despite just having it in my hands at this moment. Did I hide it? There it is. Come on, Gerald. Gerald. Be a good boy, Gerald. Yes! Oh. Well, to the north, I guess. Jimothy, friendship means making room in your heart for new friends. We can all be friends. Put Gerald at home. If I leave Gerald at home, Jimothy will 100% kill him.
I'm a little scared though. What's gonna happen when the sun comes back up? Oh shit. It won't. I'll make sure it doesn't. Don't be silly to this little face. There's no way you could do that. Nonsense. I'll drown this world in darkness if it means keeping you safe. Dad? What should I do? You're...
Okay, look. Not the 4K cop cock! Yeah, right? Vibes. Listen, I think most of us know my thing with rabbits. We love Sylvie here though. And I would simp. I would simp for Sylvie. If he had tentacles. You can tell him I said that too. I'll tell him I said that. Yo, Sylvie! But Tent Bunny went.
I'm in.
Ah! Get it! Drop C! Fucking shake what you got! Oh, I love it! You've convinced yourself he's evil. You'll never give him a chance to just exist. Stop messing around and hand it over now. A shot rings out. Reese's body is thrown to the wall. Shotgun in hand, your cousin comes around the corner and trains her weapon on his writhing body. See, dead horse, man. That was self-defense. You can't be mad at me. I was defending myself. Hello, I'm back. We've gotten water. We've peed. Only one pee this time? Oh, because you were thinking of pea frogs. I understand. Hi, welcome back. And by welcome back, I mean I'm here. Welcome to me. Alright, what's happening? What was going on? Thanks! I'm back! Scoot this over. Just, no, wrong way. That way. Mashita and Yasuoka are waiting for me. I better, report our findings with them. Also, let me turn this back up a bit. Not that high. There we go. I don't know why my clips are, like, so quiet, but they are. I'm sorry about that. I keep trying to, like, fix it, and then it keeps not getting fixed. Okay, let's talk to our friends. We're finally here. What'd you find? Let me tell ya. Tell them the information I learned from the student dormitory. Knew it. Ichio Kinakawa is the departed. Am I the only one who let Reese eat his mom? I think he ate... I don't remember if Reese ate mom and mine. I thought he did. I thought I let him, but honestly I don't remember at this point. I'll need to double check. Slash, I was kind of there for it, but then... Yeah, but then he got back up. He was not down for the count is the thing. I know it was one of the clips, but he was not down for the count. He got back up. So I'll need to triple check that. Which is like another reason why I haven't done like different runs for the different chapters, because I know I'll forget and then I'll get all of them confused. I'm already doing that with like watching other people's playthroughs of it. Anyway, Michio Kinakawa is the departed. And now the whole murder in the clock tower is all cleared up. That was just another one of the departed's tricks. Kinakawa manipulated you into thinking you killed her. Why did she do that? Yeah, no, same. We gotta wait till the whole game is done. Probably to destroy your mind with fear. She wanted to drive you insane. Maybe you being insane is one of the departed's marriage requirements. You're thinking like an insane bride deserves an insane groom? Makes some sense. Killing a student who's in love with you. That certainly would be something that could drive a person mad. My mind would have been shattered had Doryu not shown up that day. Say, Doryu, is the whole event Michio for me promise I made with you still intact? Yes. This doesn't change the fact that the departed still harmed Michio. Alright, I'll do my best then. Haas, there's something I'd like to tell you. I've deciphered the book you gave me. Ooh! Ooh! Gib! Appreciate it. This book details an ancient M-Town ritual. Allow me to give you the gist. I jot down what Yasuoka says in my notebook. Summary of the old M-Town book. In the past, severe famine devastated M-Town. Residents of the town believed the fury of their deities, Mushigami and Kabigami, were the cause of this tragedy. Hence, shrines were built to worship the deities. The Mushigami Shrine was located in downtown, while Kabigami Shrine was built in the Fox Forest. Yeah! No, that's what I'm saying! The whole, like, them pretending to be sisters and stuff. Like, I am not... I definitely think, and I'm... I did kind of say it before, I was a little off the mark, but it's like, I definitely was suspicious of both of them. Again, I was a little incorrect about what was going on. You're on board with this theory? Ride or die, let's go! Yeah, no, I definitely, like, I don't know which one is supposed to be which. I assume that Himiko is whichever one the departed is. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm definitely of the mind that they're supposed to both represent one of the two gods. Mushigami Shrine was located in downtown. Kabigami Shrine was built in the Fox Forest. Mushigami Shrine and Kabigami Shrine are merely halls of worship for the two deities. One, an insect deity, the latter a mold deity. Okay, that clears up the weird, like, dust gunk we saw, when, Michio and whatever, and Himiko were in the clock tower. Frogs are moldy. Frog lore? Moldy. Love soda. Facts about frog. Oh no. Hold on. I gotta, that's going in, stream spoilers. I'm sorry, it's gotta. Just facts about frogs. They're moldy. They love soda. They need to obtain teeth. I had a thing that I was gonna say and I've no, I do remember. I mean, we've got the Departed, right? Who's insects. And then we have whoever the other one is. Well, I guess Mushigami is the insect one, and Kabigami is the mold one, right? I think is the understanding. Okay, no, this tracks. This makes sense. Sorry. The main shrine to both Mushikabi is located elsewhere. Mushikabi Shrine is located deep in the Fox Forest off the road. Only relatives of the priests and Fox, the messenger, know how to get to the shrine. The Departed's wedding was held when a great famine occurred in M-Town. Held to wish for the end of the famine, this is also a sacred wedding ceremony where the matched brides and grooms exchange vows before the two deities. This ritual was last held during the Meiji era, about 100 years ago. It's said the selected brides and grooms completed the ceremony at Mushikabi Shrine, and the Great Famine in M-Town finally came to an end. Much is documented about a frog's lust for teeth. Just give him your teeth. Because it is a holy ritual, the selection criteria for the brides and grooms was quite stringent. Grooms must be from the priest's family and have impeccable spiritual qualities. I did say that. That, like, the Departed was interested in, like, somebody with, like, some spiritual senses, which is why I thought it was Abe instead of Izumi, you know? As for the brides, they must be pure maidens that come from a decent family. Furthermore, both of them have to be exceptional in all aspects, including their intelligence, lineage, and personality. The grooms must be tired men with glasses. That's me! Hence, the chosen brides and grooms are said to be blessed and are the envy of the town. Was surprised by Bug again. After she's done explaining the contents of the book, I'm left speechless. Deities named for bugs and mold, the Departed's wedding, the bride and the groom, and the selection. There's so many things in this book that overlap with the Departed's actions and remarks. This book is definitely our way to find out the Departed's true identity. Agreed. It feels like we finally managed to get a real look at the Departed's history. But Yasuoka halts her words, pondering. If there's something on your mind, just say it out loud, Yasuoka. Do you not find this strange? If the wedding ritual was a blessed event like the book said, how could the Departed have been born? Well, someone fucked up. She has a point. Based on my previous interactions with spirits, they're birthed from grudges. This book probably only covers a sanitized version of the truth. If there's another part shrouded in the darkest abhorrence, that's the part you'll need to uncover. We already inspected Mushigami Shrine in the corridor, and Kabigami Shrine in the forest during our encounter with Mr. Kokuri. However, we didn't find any clues about the Departed. Last one is the Mushikabi Shrine. There might be something of note there. We need to go where that rock was, right? The big rock with, like, the serpent rope on it? Oh my god. Mushikabi Shrine is located in the depths of the Fox Forest. We don't have time to explore the whole forest. Then our only choice is to ask the Fox how to get there. Yasuoka is referring to the Fox, the messenger of the gods mentioned in the book. There's a fox in the storage area of the science room, though it doesn't look like a messenger to me. Oh my god, you're an idiot. You have to go out to the guardian statue. You dumbass. I'm gonna need to find another fox. You know, the one that's given us 3 teeth so far. Now that we have some direction, we can finally start the investigation. By the way, is Hiru not coming tonight? Yeah, I didn't contact her. I made that call. This is above her pay grade now. The Departed is transformed and grown stronger. They are more dangerous than before, so it seemed prudent not to get Hiru and other regular people involved any further. That applies to you guys too. Don't get me wrong, I really appreciate your help. I just don't understand why you're willing to risk so much to help me. Like Yasuoka said, the Departed is transformed and acknowledged me as their husband. This is on another level than helping me deal with the spirits and the notices. I have no idea what will happen next. And yet they've decided to jump into the hellhole alongside me. Where does that determination of theirs come from? This is my job. I believe it is my fate to save those who are terrorized by the wrath of the spirits. I've only lived this long because my purpose in the world of the living has not been completed yet. Don't die! I love you, Yasuoka. This is my job too. Because this old bag here asked me to, and in a more literal sense, because I actually get paid to do it. Pay's worth the risk. Simple, straightforward answers. This is why I've placed my faith in them. Strong faith that can't be described in words. Simple ways they lead their lives makes me feel like I can trust them with mine. Thank you. Let's head out of here if we're done chatting. Yeah, let's go. Wait a minute, Mr. Cos. Can I come with you? No. That force is gonna be dangerous. Stay put here, Doryu. But you look awfully pale, Doryu. If you collapse, you'll only make things more difficult for Cost. Let's both wait here, alright? Understood. Doryu nods reluctantly at Yasuoka's insistence. I'm going to cry if this gets Yasuoka killed. Please be very careful, Mr. Cost. Bring an end to this stupid game, Cost. Eat some teeth, Doryu. You'll be fine. It's true. There she is. There's the wifey. My god, she has too many hands. And I guess eyes too. She has too many of those. Alright, I'm gonna save here, I think. Okay. And then off to the fort. Oh no! That is before she was the spider with titty eyes. With the titty eyes that were fangs, actually. She can sense with her fangs. Horrible. Waffle. Alright. Oh wait, no, I have to ask the fox. Fuck. Nope, nope, nope. Go this way. Go this way, buddy. Gotta go over here. Okay, good job, bud. Alright. Hi, Foxy Fox.
Yosh.
A massive statue of the Guardian Fox stands here. Yeah. Guardian Fox, huh? I guess this could be called the Messenger of the Gods. We might find a clue to the location of the Mushikabi Shrine. Better inspect it. Bet this fox was originally put here to protect Mushigami Shrine. While the fox is usually known as the Messenger of Inari Shrine in other parts of Japan, I guess it's different in this area. I can't seem to find anything unusual about this, even after I thoroughly inspect it. And it's not like this fox is just gonna start talking. What do we do now? We pray. How long are you gonna keep staring at that statue? Try checking the pedestal? Oh, you're right. Or, never mind. When we say we thoroughly inspected it, we lied, actually. 1 second. I need to let my hair down. It is too heavy. Okay. I direct my flashlight toward the weathered pedestal and inspect it, as Mashita watches with a look of annoyed disbelief. It looks like there are some letters written on the bottom part of the pedestal. This might lead us to the location of the shrine. Let's try to read it. Try reading the letters on the bottom of the pedestal. However, I can't read anything with all the mold covering it. Hell? Just brush it off then. I tried, but it didn't come off at all. Must be stuck on good since it's been growing undisturbed for so long. We need some mold remover. Damn it, we're encountering some really shitty things on this case. So where should we get some? Most stores are already closed for the night. Can't read anything with all the frog covering it. It's true. It's too much frog. Let's look around the school. They must have that kind of thing for cleaning. Though I didn't find any mold remover in the broom closet when I was investigating Hanako's case. And searching the entire school would definitely take some time. Better ask someone who's familiar with the school first. Worst case scenario, we'll head all the way back to Kujiao Mansion to grab something that'll do it. Okay. Okay, so we have to go talk to Himiko. Understood. We can do that. What brought you back? You've encountered a bit of a problem and need your help. I tell her about the mold on the pedestal and ask if she knows where we can find some mold remover. Mold remover? I'm pretty familiar with the school, but I have no idea where they keep it. Fine, Himiko, your dumb, buggy, moldy butt can help. You tell her. No idea where they keep that. My apologies. Wow, useless. At this rate, I really will have to go back to Kujiao Mansion to get the mold remover. Sorry for sticking my nose in, but is there any bleach around that you know of? Bleach. Mold remover and chlorine bleach have similar ingredients. Do you happen to know where the bleach is, Doryu? There should be a bottle in the student council room. I don't exactly remember where it is in the room, though. Well, that at least narrows it down to a single room. Also, why is everyone surprised about this? That, like, you can use bleach to clean mold. Student council room. That's what she said. According to Doryu, there should be a bottle of bleach here somewhere. Let's get looking for it. No reason to dawdle. Clearly, no one's ever cleaned anything, ever. On the desk, I find a notepad with something written on it. Will the next students' meeting be postponed due to recent events concerning the departed? What will happen to the clock tower project?
Yoshi.
There's nothing inside the trash can, though it still smells really musty. Looking for teeth is what's happening here. Several printouts on the whiteboard. One of them is about the clock tower. We read that. We have read that previously. We've scoured the student council room, but we haven't found anything to remove that mold. Maybe it's inside here. We open the door to find all sorts of miscellaneous stuff crammed inside. From a giant hole puncher and old notes to certificate of commendation. I guess anything that isn't used often gets shoved into here. Among them is a bottle of liquid bleach. Judging by the weight, there seems to be plenty left. We got bleach. We got bleach. I didn't mean to go to the new building. I meant to go to the connecting corridor. Well, that's fine. We'll just make the boys run. That's fine. I just want to get outside and pour bleach on this fox. Why is that why am I being made to feel like I'm asking so much? I just want to bleach this fox. Look. Use. It's all a puzzle. So can I use dried up frog on fox? Apply frog to fox. I open the bleach bottle and pour the liquid onto the pedestal. What was it? Use lipstick on head? Was that the first game? Can we rub the frog on the mold? It will absorb, right? Then I wait a bit before using my handkerchief to remove the mold. Well, time to throw out that handkerchief. Doesn't come off completely, but it does a decent enough job that I can actually make out the letters. We should be able to read what's written on the pedestal now. Get the use lipstick on head. Get shoe dirt. I remembered shoe dirt was, but I thought the lipstick on head was it was from the first game too. What a good time. We should be able to read what's written on the pedestal now. Great. Read. Writing on the pedestal is apparently a poem that seems a bit like a nursery rhyme. The old writing style and weathering make reading it a more difficult task than I'd anticipated, but I managed to copy it into my notebook. Follow the fox's whine, inviting us to the shrine. But the path is blocked by the serpent rock. I fucking told you! It was definitely the serpent rock. Beast behind the zodiac shall be the one to open the track by imitating the serpent with its angry lament. Okay. Did I just aggressively hiss at it? What is the meaning of this rhyme? Maybe we can find out if we go to the fox forest. Yeah, lament definitely did not rhyme with serpent. Because who says serpent? Serpent. Lament. It's whatever. I understand that it wants. Wait! Fox Forest is just beyond this gate. Mushikabi Shrine, where the departed's wedding is held, is located somewhere in this forest. Alright, Cost. We don't know what kind of horrors are waiting for us in here. Hang on to this gun, but be very careful with it. We have to find Serpent! Where is he? Mashida hands me the paper bag again. Thanks. It's heavy. That'll ever get used to this thing. You shouldn't. Let's go. Okay, well, Arcade, are you Serpent? Wait, someone draw up Serpent. He's very, very regal. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It was I all along. Sir Arcade Kitten Pent. Relying on the faint light from my flashlight, we tentatively step into the darkness of the forest. Mr. Kokuri is no longer here. However, a more terrifying spirit might have replaced him. As fear and tension build up inside my mind, beads of sweat start running down my cheeks. Hold on. Listen carefully. You hear that? Is it... Well, I was gonna ask if it's a fox whining, but that is not a fox whining. You hear a faint moan. Doesn't make sense. Why are we hearing that here? Because it's haunted as fuck out here, boy! I have a bad feeling about this. Hurry up. Machida and I rush over to the source of the sound. Ring ding 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 ding. After a while, I arrive at an open area full of trees. There. Oh! Hey, Sakamoto! That's where you've been! Find Sakamoto in a horrible state. Yeah, she got bugs? Sakamoto, what's happening to you? You all... Did some insanely big bug chew you up or something? What the heck happened to you? Machida, now is not the time to be making jokes! The woman has bugs coming out of her! I don't think she's fine! Are you, perhaps, Lord Mushigami? Come again? What are you saying? It's no use. She's clearly not in her right mind. She's clearly not in her right body! She is falling apart! For fuck's sake, is there even anything we can do for her? No. Sakamoto suddenly screams. At that moment, the bugs clinging to her launch an attack. Yikes. What are we gonna do, Cost? We're in deep shit if we have to keep dealing with this. Yeah, that kind of hurt. While I think she might be too far gone to save, I hope we can at least do something for her. Shoot her in the fucking head! Whether what's happening to Sakamoto now is a paranormal phenomenon or a mere hallucination, maybe we can return Sakamoto to her senses. Oh, okay, maybe we don't. Wait, is... Why would you attack the insects? I'm gonna use the frog. We're gonna hold the frog toward the insects to scare them away. I'm going to bless her with this moldy frog. We both grabbed the dried up frog and thrust it at the bugs lashed onto Sakamoto. Success! I remember hearing frog drives away bugs or something. This might work. We bring the frog closer to the bugs. When I do that, the bugs pull back as if they're retreating from the frog. Look at those bugs, they hate the frog. They hate the frog! Yeah, I guess it's working. It's like rock, paper, scissors. It's... So wait, does that mean that bug beats human, human beats frog, frog beats insect? Bug eat mold, frog eat bugs, mold eat frog. Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense. Paper covers frog. Don't cover frog! Release he! Paper does cover frog. This is horrible. Can't believe you would do this to frog. Even though the bugs try to avoid the frog, they still don't leave Sakamoto. We successfully intimidated the bugs, but this is still getting us nowhere. Okay, so we need to, like... Sakamoto's report. What is that supposed to do? Well, I guess we're attacking the insects.
Yosh.
Because I don't know what else to do. Her report doesn't make any sense to me. Can we do it together, Mashita? Fine. With Mashita using his own gun and me using the gun from the suspicious bag, we try shooting the insects. Thought I heard a cat. Wanted to make sure they weren't mad about me having the door closed. We closed in on the bugs to avoid hurting Sakamoto, each of us getting within point-blank range of one. Then we swiftly pull our triggers in unison. The bullet explodes the insect's head. Nice one. However, instead of fleeing, the insects all attack me at once. Well, these bugs will take us down in no time if this keeps up. We need a different approach. What do you want me to use the report? Because that doesn't make any sense. Well, I guess they want to return her to her senses. Weird. Weird choice.
Yosh. 了解した。
This is I like how the last number of suspensive acts we've done, I've like looked at the options and was like immediately, nah, this one isn't it. And then it turned out to be the one that I was like, nah, it can't be. Yeah, we'll stitch her torso up later. It's fine. She didn't need it. We unfold Sakamoto's report and read it out loud so she can hear. It feels weird. I feel like it's more important to get the bugs off of her, but I guess if it is a hallucination, trying to, like, bring her back to, like, reality is a good option. I can kind of understand it. I carefully read the report out loud, speaking loudly and clearly. Sakamoto isn't responding much, though I can tell that she's listening. Is there still a glimmer of her consciousness left? If so, our voices might still reach her. Remember, Sakamoto? Yeah, this is the report you wrote. Huh? Is that my... But why is it... Looks like Sakamoto's returned to her senses a little bit. Okay, that's the right choice. We are hurting. Are we good? Why am I... Sakamoto murmurs, stupefied. Bugs are sticking out of the large holes in her head and chest. If this were a normal situation, those wounds would have killed her long ago. However, she's talking. This is probably another instance of the departed's curse. Mr. Cost. Her remaining left eye fixes its gaze upon me. I guess she's recognized me. She's well beyond saving at this point, though. Maybe I could still ask some questions. Tell me who the departed really is, Sakamoto. The departed... I don't know anything. There's no point in asking her this. Every time someone says his name, you just think, the price is the cost. Tell me where the main shrine is. You went there, didn't you? The main shrine is beyond the Serpent Rock. There, make the bloody red pure blue. I'm just speechless. Well, I guess she's fucking dead. Like a puppet whose strings have been cut, Sakamoto collapses on the spot. She stops moving, and instantly, insects swarm her body. They begin to devour her before my very eyes. Okay, stop it! Frog! Try to kick the insects off her. This is futile. There's no way these bugs can be stopped. I need to not hear the sound anymore. Please stop. Stop this. I can't bear to watch someone I knew get consumed by insects bit by bit. In the end, I have to avert my eyes and walk as far away as possible. Okay. Once the insects finish eating her body, they scatter into the dark forest. Not a trace of Sakamoto's remains, bones, or clothes left. It was hungry. It was hungry. Why? Sakamoto? Didn't that teacher try to railroad you out of the school? Yeah, she was kind of a bitch. The Departed doesn't want you to leave. That probably led to her being cursed. Sakamoto was cursed by the Departed. That probably explains why she'd gone mad in the middle of writing her report, hearing a voice in her head the way Izumi had. It was all because of her hostility towards me. It's because she got mixed up with me. If I wasn't there, then Sakamoto would... Let's pump the brakes on that right now. I'm not a priest, so I'm not here to listen to your pitiful wailing and offer you repentance. Okay, well, but maybe that woman was actually saved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have regained her sanity on the brink of death. And she wouldn't have been able to leave that hint for you either. I recall Sakamoto's last words. The main shrine is beyond the Serpent Rock. There, make the bloody red pure blue. The latter half is a mystery to me, but I've got an idea what she was referring to in the first half. Serpent Rock is also written on the fox pedestal. Is that rock the key to get to the main shrine? Probably. It's because she always bugged you. Arcade, please. Just pull an opposite Jesus and turn wine into water. Whoa. Me. Could do. Oh, we're only middle stage. Okay. We came here to heal. Just for clarification. I realized I kind of just, like, went there and didn't say anything, but it's because we were hurting. Alright. We'll check these again for teeth. Cluster of mushrooms is growing on a tree trunk. Okay, sneeze, hold on. Oh, jeez. Okay. Ugh. Oh! What happened? Know your resentment. Ah, jeez. Well, that's fine. What was that voice just now? That bridal procession. Hey, you seeing visions again? Yeah. Wow, that's a pretty handy way to gather information, seeing as our investigation so far is going nowhere fast. So what did you see? To relay the details about the scene I saw and what the voice told me. See. If the description in the old book is right, that sounds like the Departed's wedding. So you're saying I saw the past? The bridal procession went through the forest. I guess that, they must have been heading to Mushikabi Shrine. We did receive some mental damage for that. It hurt our brain. Who did the voice belong to, though? I have no idea, but know your resentment isn't the type of thing you say during a happy occasion. I knew it. There's something darker behind it. I'm worried that all these brides get fucking murdered. Cause, like, the Departed, prior to become, well, I guess even, like, after becoming a Fang Titty, does appear to be, like, multiple people smushed into one. So, you know, we follow the bridal procession and head to Mushikabi Shrine, which is located somewhere deep in the forest. Will we finally be able to find out the truth about the Departed's wedding? Here's hoping. Oh, I can't interact with these anymore. Hold on a second, I need to let the cats out.
Hi, people. What? What, buddy? Yeah. Eva was done taking a nap. And then he needed to be out of the room.
Okay. There's the serpent path. Before I go there, though. The rooster path. boar path. Can I go to the shrine? We're looking for teeth. Shrine grounds look the same as before. This used to be Kabigami Shrine, not the Mushikabi Shrine we're looking for. An unpleasant flapping sound surrounds us. Look at all these insects. Yoshida waves his hand, trying to drive them off. But the flying insects show no sign of scattering. So fucking annoying. Let's get the hell out of here, Cost. Agreed. Okay, so I can't look for teeth. We walk back to the path nearby. I feel something hard beneath the sole of my shoe. I lift my foot and look on the ground. Something sitting there. Tooth? Fuck yeah. It's a tooth. Okay. Return to infirmary. Not the poop. Tooth. I'm only coming back here because we have this item which reduces the action cost. And I feel like that's kind of important to have. How many more are left? 2. Okay, so no matter what I do, I can't get the last item or bag. Tooth was in shoe the whole time. So, you know when you're walking around, you get like a little rock in your shoe? It's like that, but it's Tooth. Not library. I'm gonna go down far enough. There's no one in the library. What are you examining now? Already examined this place a lot of times. Yeah, okay. It's just Mashita yelling at me because I hit the wrong button. Okay, let's go back. I have purchased everything that I want to purchase. I am sad that I missed some teeth, but that's okay. We got the items we wanted to get. Oh my god. Ugh. Sorry, I'm very, very sleepy. Eerie voice has been ringing in my ears for quite some time now. The further we walk down the path, the louder the chant-like sound becomes. Does the cause of the spiritual phenomenon lie ahead? It is true. It's a sleepy little serpent cat. So dang sleepy. A gigantic rock is sitting in front of us. Thick, sacred rope is wrapped around the rock. It's not resembling a snake head. This might be the serpent rock Sakamoto was talking about. But what do we do now? Rock and serpent. Serpent rock. Now that I think about it, Serpent Rock was also part of the rhyme written on the Guardian Fox's platform. Yeah, dumbass! Get on my level, Vincenzo! I open my notebook and check the rhyme. Follow the fox's wine, find to the shrine, path is blocked, serpent rock, beast behind the zodiac. Imitating the thing, the serpent's lament. Yeah, I just read that! This is probably a clue how to get there. So if we go down this path, the beast behind the zodiac shall be the one to open the track by imitating the serpent with its angry lament. Open the path. That means we have to do something here. The main point here is the beast behind the zodiac. Until we can solve this riddle, we have no idea how to proceed. So what animal is the beast? It's a oh my god. The snake. Weird that I have to type this in. We've not had to do this before. Tell Mashita the answer I come up with. No, I don't think so. What would make that the beast behind the zodiac? What do you think then? Hold on, I'm thinking. Mashita takes out a secret. If this is like an issue of like I said snake, but they wanted serpent, I'm gonna be mad. He then starts pacing back and forth. This must be what he does when he's thinking hard about something. Okay. Makes me wait until he finishes smoking an entire cigarette. You were supposed to say serpent, you dumbass! Honestly, though, I would not be surprised if the game did that. This is just my guess, but I think the beast is the cat. Oh. Huh? Why a cat? Oh, come on. Remember the 12 zodiac animals? Oh, wait, is that when it says the beast behind, does it mean the one that's like just behind the snake? So it'd be tiger. According to the myth, when they were deciding on zodiac. Oh! Oh! No! I understand. I do get it. I have heard this before. Okay. Okay. That's a little rude to, like, put that in the game with no other context. But I do understand. I get it. According to the myth, when they were deciding on zodiac animals, the cat was late to the meeting, so it didn't get chosen. You must have heard that story before. Can't say that I have. Well, what about the lament part? Maybe the path will open if we imitate a cat's meow or something. I'm sorry, is Vincenzo gonna be my little meow meow boy? They just want to reward people with niche zodiac trivia. Why can't they just... You learned this from Fruits Basket? That, of course you did. That, I'm not surprised. Satoru is literally trying to gaslight us into being a cat boy. He just wants to hear us meow, and honestly... Meow. Why a meow? Oh my god, Vincenzo is just an idiot. Hell if I know. Human common sense doesn't apply to spirit logic. Come on, Cost, give it a try. He really does just want us to be his little cat boy. Right, cats go meow, Vince. Come on. You've seen a cat. I know you have. What was that? What was that? Oh my god! I can't even imitate that. It was so bad. And I know what cats sound like. That doesn't seem to like it accomplished anything at all. That's because you didn't meow. I see. So simply imitating a cat isn't enough. Path won't open without a cat's meow that sounds like it's imitating an angry snake. So you need to hiss. No. Listen. If you're oh my god. If you're gonna phrase it like that, you have to you have to hiss. I don't get it. What we need is the sound of an angry cat that is trying to imitate a menacing snake. Yeah, that's not helping me. I can't even imagine what that would sound like. This man has never seen a cat. He's never seen a cat. He's never heard a cat. You're just sitting there making broken cat sounds. What it was like? Wah. Was that it? Was that like the sound that he made? No, that was still too cat-like. That was too close to a cat. Why did he do that? Seeing my confusion, Mashita shrugs his shoulders dejectedly. Like this. Why are they making these noises? This place it's cursed. We got glowing mushrooms. We got what are those, like spider lilies? I don't have to worry about the laws of the curse because they are clearly inhuman. Oh my god. The atmosphere here is different though. Spider lilies. Spider lilies are blooming prolifically. Mushrooms glowing faintly. Everything looks surreal. As far as I can tell, I'm alive, but I feel like I'm lost in the afterlife. Well, it's probably because you're kind of, like, in that weird in-between. Have we perhaps made it to the hidden path of Mushikabi Shrine? What are you spacing out on me for? Save all the brain work for later. You won't last long at this rate. Yeah. This area is filled with the curse's power. Where's the source of this power? I need to get rid of it immediately. Right, I can't run. This looks suspicious. A guardian fox with flowers in its mouth. Looks like the one in the schoolyard. Maybe there's some secrets lying here. Let's take a closer look. Guardian fox has a blue spider lily in its mouth. Okay, unhelpful. Ooh, here? Cursed tooth is lying on the floor. Time to destroy the damned thing. Raising my foot, I step on the tooth! Cursed tooth shatters into pieces. Strange. Curse doesn't abate. Fuck, how's that possible? It's gotta mean the tooth you stepped on wasn't the cause of this curse. Gotta find the real cause then. Oh, shit. I hear the piercing, high-pitched cry of a beast somewhere. A twoof? A two-toof situation? Woof? Oops, sorry, I was skipping that. Chills run down my body, an ominous sense of terror is racing through my veins. This uncomfortable feeling only grows stronger as I explore further down the path. Another high-pitched cry tears through the air. Chills run down my body. Oh, shit. Might be dangerous to continue. Okay. Guardian fox with flowers in its mouth. It's red spider lily. This isn't a red spider lily, it's a blue spider lily that's been dyed red using blood. Okay, so those are not what I need. I'm gonna die. Okay. Where the fuck is the other tooth? See traces of animal tracks near the bushes, beside the guardian fox. There might be something ahead. Is it safe here? Severe chill and overwhelming pressure instantly vanish. Is that because the curse is no longer active? What is this place anyway? A mysterious area filled with blue flowers and a rustic-looking tomb in the center. This has to have some important meaning. I'd better inspect it thoroughly. Oh, Niels Pandora, thank you for the bits. Welcome in. How are you doing? How's it going? Welcome. Okay, we are hurting. Oh, I can go back to the infirmary. Okay, no, wait, this is great, actually. I didn't think it was gonna let me do that. But I need to. Because everything hurt. Oh my goodness. Okay. I hate coming back to the infirmary, like, super regularly, but at the same time, we were down to, like, six health, and I don't like that. That wasn't nice. This also makes it easier to get back to, like, the beginning of the path, because I think it might have been in that, there was, like, a tree I could have looked at, and I didn't. Surfing path, let's go. Yeah, sometimes you have to not die. Consider non-death. Sad it didn't play the hiss sound again. That was kind of funny. Numerous mushrooms on the trunk are glowing green. Don't think the root of the curse is here. Better look somewhere else. Okay. Where? Where is it? Or, to get rid of the curse, do I need to solve the riddle? Okay, it's fine. We'll look around first. An old well surrounded by blue spider lilies. Why is it here? I have a bad feeling about this. Be careful if you want to inspect it, Cost. Nodding to Mashita, I make up my mind and approach the well. Then I timidly peer inside. There I find a bunch of stones and gravel. That's all. Well, thank goodness my hunch was wrong. For now. What a disappointment. Blue spider lilies are growing in clumps. Spider lilies are usually red, though there are white and yellow varieties. However, blue spider lilies don't exist naturally. These might be mystical flowers that only bloom on this mysterious hidden path. Bring a single flower. I pluck a blue spider lily and put it in my bag. Because we want to replace the red one with it, right? 2 headstones with some words carved into them. The etching on one grave has weathered so much that it's basically unreadable, but at least it still has a few letters here and there. The other has scarcely any trace left that it ever said anything to begin with. Who's groaning at me? Stop it! An eerie voice is ringing in my ears again. Know your resentment. But this voice belonged to one of the spirits resting here? Whose graves are they, though? Wow! That's what it said. Thank you for the translation, I appreciate it. If only we could find out who the owners of these tombs are. Let's investigate. My eyes are fixed on the tomb, though I can barely make out anything due to how faint these letters are. Maybe I can deduce what's written on the stone if I run my fingers over it and feel for the indentations. Trace. Focusing my attention on the tip of my finger, I attempt to slowly trace the letters. I see. On the left is Grr, and the right one is probably N? Maybe an M. Pretty sure this is a word. What could it be? Groom. This must be groom. I give an answer in my mind. Sir, why didn't you have a head? What? Did the spirit of this tomb just respond to my answer? If the owner of this grave is the spirit of a headless man in a wedding suit, is the one buried here of the bridegrooms who died in a natural death? I mean, it's recommended to have a head. Hear the sound of something small rolling around near the tomb. Toof! It might be good to go see a doctor if you don't have a head. Just generally speaking. Hey, we leveled up again, and that means we've healed. Nice. Okay. Okay, well we have the spider lily. So let's... Can't run. I can't run. I can't run. Not allowed to run. Hate that I can't run. Don't like that I can't run. Item. Blue spider lily. Might need to take a break and go to the bathroom again. Replace the bloodstained spider lily in the fox's mouth with a blue spider lily. Good. Okay, cool. The malicious spiritual phenomenon in this place has subsided. Wonderful. Oh my goodness. Oh. At the end of the hidden path, I find the grounds of a shrine surrounded by a tree. Yeah, we were gonna take a quick break. So I gotta go potty. I'm sorry, I have to pee all of the time. Be right back.
We are running out of characters.
Holy fuck! Wow, bye Reiko! Well, that was wild. Who's weirder and grosser, Donald or Mickey? Donald. Mickey is being negligent of the entire kingdom, sure. But Donald 100% has the ability to heal me constantly and doesn't. That motherfucker lets you die all the time for no reason because he's an idiot and he's the worst magician ever. He's supposedly the best wizard in all of the kingdom and he fucking sucks. That's my rant about Donald Duck. Plus he makes those bad noises. Those bad noises, and we don't like that. Hi, I'm back! I don't care if the bird said it was okay. That's a naughty word! Oh, what has happened here? Oh no.
No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that this world was being watched keenly and closely by intelligences greater than man's and yet as mortal as his own. That as men busied themselves about their various concerns they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water.
What is that? What is that? What is that from? Well, first off, thank you for the sub, Fruity. I appreciate it. But also, huh? Oh, it looks like it fit. Oh my goodness. At the end of the hidden path, I find the grounds of a shrine surrounded by trees. Unlike the shrine on the main path, which was completely gone, crumbling remnants of this shrine remain. Is this the main shrine? The Mushikabi shrine? Resentment was born in this land. Oh, the one lady had a kimono that had mushrooms on it, and the other lady had centipedes on it. Feel the blood drain from my face when I hear that admonishing tone, same voice I heard at the forest entrance and at the tomb. Will we uncover the owner of that voice if we investigate this place? Ah, jeez. Okay, Darkness surrounds the back of the bushes. Only the occasional rustling of the leaves can be heard. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Crumbling shrine's remains are at the back of the grounds. Excuse me. Darkness of the wood makes it apparent that this shrine was built a long time ago. This place really is Mushikabi Shrine. The departed's wedding took place here, right? Yeah. Here, where Mushigami and Kabigami were enshrined, chosen bride and groom held a sacred wedding as they wished for the famine in M-Town to end. Probably guessed at cost, but doesn't it seem likely the departed is actually the spirit of the bride? They're obsessed with marriage. They must be tied to the wedding ritual. My guess is something happened during the ritual that is the source of her grudge. That makes a lot of sense. That being said, we need to learn what happened in this place. We knew! But Vincenzo's also kind of an idiot. And Mashita does kind of have to just, like, hold his hand constantly and be like, okay, now this is happening. Hey, have you thought about this? We'll never be able to exterminate the departed unless we learn the truth of what happened in the past and the origin of her resentment. Let's hope there are some clues left. Yeah, okay, so remember cats from the Zodiac origins? What sound does a cat make? No! Incorrect. Let's hope there's some clues left. Hope? Don't make me laugh. Here's some words of wisdom for you. Truth is something you should reel in with brute force. Sheeta, please. When I take a closer look at the ruined shrine, I notice there's something buried there. Is that a wooden box? Going inside to collect it is a risky proposition. What should I do? I figure out a more cautious approach, right? Is there a more cautious approach? Not really anything else here. Darkness surrounds the back of the bushes. Right. Not that button, this button. This is Mushikami Shrine. What a damp place. I hope the evidence we need isn't as damp as this place is. Okay, well that's not helpful. I guess we're just reaching in. Ishida, I'm gonna get that wooden box. Seriously? I'll go get it. With your reflexes, you'll be trapped in there if the roof collapses. Okay. Ishida steps into the shrine via a gap in the fallen roof. Cautiously avoiding the decaying pillars and floor, he proceeds slowly. I'm worried about the boy. Gah! Are you alright, Mashida? Quit making a fuss over nothing. Just hit my hand. On what? Okay, this is the one you wanted, right? Woof! Mashida returns with a Halloween... Halaunia? Box in hand? What is that? Sorry, I need to look this up because I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a type of plant. Okay. It's just like a type of wood. How do you say that? Polonia. Oh!
Polonia.
Okay, no, I've heard that before. This is one of those words I've heard but have never seen written. As opposed to the I have seen written and have never heard. Polonia. He then puts it down on the ground. Why does he still have his bug here? This is the only thing that stood out to me. Everything else is there. It's just... Or everything else in there is just broken pots and altars. Was the bug with him earlier? Did we see the bug? I mean, I know it was at the school, but I thought while we were here in the forest it wasn't here, but maybe I just forgot. Hurry up and open it, Cost. Oh. Inside the box are a vermilion ink palette and a bundle of papers. While the ink might be old, the container was sealed, so it should still be usable. The paper's yellowing, so it must have been down here for quite some time. There's some red stains on it as well. Those look more like blood than ink, though. We got the bloodstained papers, and also the vermilion ink. Yeah, it doesn't look particularly well sealed. Something written on the paper. Read it. Can't read it quickly. It's written in old script, and I can't make it out. We better have Yasuoka do it. The hell? You're just gonna keep me in suspense? How about the stuff on the first 3 papers? Aren't those names? Fine, I'll read it. Toolbox. Mushigami Groom. Suguo Kitajima. Head. Oh, fuck! They were! Sorry! They were taking all the bits, like, taking different bits from all the brides and grooms, and then, like, combining them into one thing? I have to allow the phrase, dumb bitch. Satoru is a dumb bitch. I love my boy. I love Mashida. Listen. Kabagami Groom. Jiro Yuchikoshi. Head. They made 4 in total, right? A Mushikami and a Kapigami. For, like, bride and groom. So they made 4 people out of a whole bunch of different people, right? Part mentioning heads is stained with blood, making it difficult to decipher. Heck is that head part? Mashida, listen. No idea. I'll read the second and third sheets. Both of you listen. Marriage. Kabagami bride. Mikiko Mayumura. Michio Mayumura is the Mushigami bride. Ceremony will be held on year X, month X, day X. Mushigami shrine priest. Yujitaro Izumi. And 6 others. Izumi? And they were sisters. Oh my god, they were sisters. Their thumbprints next to the 3 names. That's what the vermilion ink must have been used for. Grace's last name is Izumi. Is that just a coincidence? Mikiko Mayumura and Michio Mayumura. Are they the brides for the departed's wedding? If the ceremony is the genesis of the departed's resentment, one of them might have died a horrible death and become the departed. Which one of them, then? Or know your resentment. Or consider one of them ran away with us brides. I don't know where I was going with that. As I started saying it, I was like, I don't think that's right. Ouch! The departed ceremony. Remember, this is an important duty. Duty. Everything shall go smoothly. Not us still doing the flushes. I finished with the toolbox. Next step is preparing for the wedding. Pained woman's voice. No, stop. Big sis, I'm afraid. A vision is projected into my mind. Big ol' yikes, though. Several men are holding down 2 women in a dimly lit room. Oh, hey, there's heads back there! I was too busy looking at them covering the one lady in honey and bugs. And then burning the other one and shoving mushrooms in her? That sucks. Those men are putting horrifying insects and mold on the bodies of the 2 women. And in the back, there's a small offering stand with the heads of 2 men placed upon it. Okay, so maybe they're not making people. Women let out pained groans. The 2 genders, mushroom lady and bug lady. You would just boil it down to mushroom and bug. The 2 genders. What are you? I'm bug. Keep your makeup on now. Men continue to apply the disgusting makeup in silence. And for sure, mushroom. The woman on the left is covered in mold, while the one on the right is riddled with bugs. Their porcelain skin has been made filthy. I don't have mushroom to complain. The fact that they're going with, like, moldy fungus specifically just means that I can't be that, or I would die. But also bugs are kind of cool. I like mushrooms too, though. I don't know. They're both good genders. Consider. Both. Your porcelain skin has been made filthy. The women scream and contort. However, the men prevent them from escaping. Do not struggle. Do not scream. Your stamina is essential for the ceremony. Hours, days, weeks from now, we shall paint you with the color of bugs and mold, so you shall be suitable brides for the deities. Oh, we're having them marry the deities. Okay. That sucks a lot. They made the game like this because they knew cottagecore was in right now, and those bitches love mushrooms and bugs. Perfect. You're lying. voice is mixed with pain and anger, and yet her words don't register with the men at all as they continue to smear bugs and mold onto them with expressionless faces. Spend your days covered in bugs and mold, eating bugs and mold. Your organs shall be infused with mold, and the cavities in your body shall be filled with insects. It will be as if you have departed from this world. Lords Mushigami and Kabigami should be delighted to see how beautiful their brides are. Yeah, don't eat bugs and mold. It's I mean, like, especially they're covering her in centipedes. Please don't eat centipedes. Spend your days covered in bugs and mold, eating bugs and mold. I already do that. We're alive, yet we're rotting. Porcelain skin turns black as mold. Our hair becomes the color of a silkworm's cocoon. Oh. Hold on. So, suffering is the pledge of a happy couple. So, Himiko, Doryu, has the purple mark on her face. Kinda like when you're not that skin goes purple. Sometimes it does, but when it starts rotting, it goes a little purple. Yeah, Fruity and I same hat. Whereas Michio, who is obviously the bug lady, because she likes bugs, has the white hair like the cocoon. Wow. Sucks for them. Suffering is the pledge of a happy couple. No. If I was a bug deity, would I want a bride covered in bugs, or would I feel it played out? Would I feel it was played out and derivative? I'd hope that my bride liked bugs, but I don't know that I'd want her covered in bugs. This isn't the pledge I hoped for. Yeah, well, should never forget this. Everyone in this village, even if I die and become the departed. If I was bug deity, I'd have bugs at home. Exactly. Oh. She'll kill you. She'll put a curse upon you. Valid. Girl. Valid. Sorry. Mom, can we get bugs? We have bugs at home. The bugs at home. Michio. Yeah, I don't want those bugs, actually. I take it back. Can we go hang out with the fungus god instead? As my vision starts to blur, I regain my senses. However, my breathing is ragged and my body is trembling uncontrollably. I felt this intense loathing flowing through me when the vision came in. It's all their fault. Hey, why are you shaking so much? What happened? I got cold. Bye, soda. You're all empty now. Ashita, I think I know the origin of the departed's resentment. What did you say? Oh, Fang Titties is back! The departed... Since when did you get here? Like an insect, the departed wriggles their way closer. It's like the time when I killed Michio. Why are they here? Does this place really hold meaning for them? My dear husband. Despite the transformation, their nickname for me remains the same, as well as their obsession toward me. The departed. Forcing myself to suppress my fear, I propel words out of my mouth. There's something I want to ask them. Were you killed here? So you saw... I'm not a bug or a mushroom, but I would say I'm a fun guy. You saw the ugly part of me. No. Were you Mayumura in your past life? forget the ugly me. I shall be more beautiful soon. For you, dear husband. Do you still regret what happened? I can help you dispel it. Cut that shit out, Cost. Don't talk with the dead or you'll be dragged to their world. Thanks, Mashita. For fuck's sake, are you trying to get yourself killed? Get your shit together and prepare yourself, got it? Okay. Is this it? Is this the final showdown? Yeah, I'm just trying to be polite to the lady. What? I'm the one who should be standing next to my husband. You are a hindrance. Well... yeah, Mashita... Ack! Mashita clutches his chest as he lets out a painful groan. Are they going after Mashita? Mashita! Fuck, they're really messing with me. The Departed harbors hostile feelings towards Mashita. Mashita will be in danger if we confront the Departed now. Then again, our opponent for this battle is the Departed. There's no way we'll be able to run away from them easily. If we're gonna run away, I need to create an opening. Yikes. What do we have? Dried up frog, suspicious paper bag, vermilion ink. Smear on my lips. Apply ink to head. Show or make an offering. Fire a warning shot or shoot the Departed. Smear on my cheek or smear on my lips. I don't know what that would do. How do I take advantage of the Departed's feelings in order to create an opening? Smear on my cheek or smear on my lips? I smear on my cheeks because I'm blushing. Try opening the lid on so I can get the vermilion ink. I don't know what this would do, but shooting doesn't seem like a great way to make an opening. And I feel like getting the frog out now would just piss her off. I get the lid open and apply some of the ink to my cheeks as if I'm doing my makeup. Ever since prehistoric times, makeup has always held significance in relation to the gods and the dead. Yeah, shooting them isn't gonna do anything. So it might also have significance to the Departed. You are in the way. Oops. However, the Departed shows no interest in my attempt to at makeup and becomes hostile to Mashita. A swarm of insects bursts out of the Departed and assault Mashita. Oh, sorry, buddy. Departed's always calling me dear husband, which means they like me, right? Maybe I can use that fact to create an opening and escape by making them feel uneasy? How do I do that? Well, I guess, do I make an offering? Maybe I do. Maybe I do use the frog. Since he's saying that we need to make her uneasy, right? Hey, I got you this dead frog. Love me? Both grab the dried up frog and show it to the Departed. I just saw this and thought of you. I don't think she'd like that. Both hold up the frog in front of the Departed. This frog has some kind of spiritual energy. There might be a reason why it's here. Nope. Departed ignores it. Swarm of insects comes out and hits Mashita. Fuck! Did I show her make an offering? Okay, I showed it to her. Let's make an offering of the frog. Place the dried up frog on my palm and try offering it to the Departed. You know, I know I complained a lot about the second game specifically not, like, necessarily having choices that make sense. A lot of my problem with that as well is that there were so many options that just immediately, like, instantly killed you. So even with this one, when there've been a couple that, like, haven't necessarily made sense, it's fine. We take a little bit of damage, but it's not, like, an instant game over, and I think that's, yeah, I like having the health bar. It makes a huge difference when it comes to doing these, and it's a lot less frustrating because then I don't have to necessarily go through all the other options when I fuck up one of them. I mean, like, obviously in the case of us dying, like we did that one time with Kashima, like, I did have to start all over again. But, like, it wasn't that bad. And, like, being able to just, like, make a mistake is nice. Yeah. If you're if you're the god of this Mushikabi shrine, would you please accept this offering? Nope. Do we gun? Yeah, and that was like we like made it pretty far in the actions with Kashima, and so we were able to like like you said, like we were able to like cross off a bunch of stuff off the list, so we like knew better going into it, and we weren't having to like struggle nearly as much and then start over again when we fucked up. So yeah, I think that's like in general just a really good improvement that they did, and that I really appreciate. Because I think like in any other situation, like this kind of stuff would like really annoy me. But it's like it's not that bad. Shoot the departed. Okay, maybe I do smear this on my lips. Oh? Hold on. Opening the lid, I apply some of the ink to my lips as if I'm doing my own makeup. Ink for my love. No. Okay, she didn't like that. Poor Mashita. I mean, again, talking about, like, marking a lot of things off of. If I can't get it this next, well, you know what? No, like, what are you thinking? Tell me, what are you thinking? It's like, oh, unless like we need to do it for both of us. I don't know. This is weird. Oh, maybe. I guess that makes sense. Firing a warning shot, sorry, because I realize it's not on screen. Firing a warning shot and threatening to shoot us and not them makes sense. I guess I didn't, like, necessarily take that, like, leap towards threatening ourselves with the gun, because it's not listed there, but we can try that, because that would make sense, like, trying to, like, threaten to, like, shoot ourselves. Oh, did I mean to do that together with Mishita? Yeah, but, like, if that ends up being a thing, that would make sense. There's no effect, guarantee the gun will have any effect on the departed. It could also just, like, confuse her if we're, like, generally just, like, threatening to shoot her as well. Pointing our guns above the departed's head, we pulled the triggers. Sound of the gunshots echo throughout the area. Dear husband. The departed sound said. Okay, yeah. Well, you know, the general head region. I'm pretty sure, we talked about it on Monday, but I'm pretty sure she's gonna open up, and then we're gonna see a horrible face in there. You're in the way. Then they shriek in anger and become hostile toward Mashita again. Okay, so we need cost to do it. And just cost. Okay. Okay. We understand. That's a good call, though. I can see, like, why it would make her upset if we just decide to shoot her. Her butt is a big head, 100%. Yeah. Because, I mean, it kind of looks like hair, right? Ooh, my ability to shoot this gun is not great. What is a head if not a butt for your face? It's true. It's true. I was expecting a failure. Because our chances of doing that wasn't great. But that's what we need to do. Nah, it's fine. Pulling gun out of the suspicious bag, I should try and fire a warning shot. Success! Aiming a gun above the departed's head, I quickly pull the trigger. Sound of the gunshot echoes. Dear husband. She sounds sad. Oh. I'm mad at the wrong person. Do I shoot her? This is one of those times where we're trying out all the options. I don't think Mashita needs to do anything. And teaming up wasn't great. Don't shoot Mashita! Actually, what if I show her the frog? Grab the dried up frog and show it to the departed. Yeah. Hands are sweating and trembling, and the frog slips onto the ground. I'm so nervous. Failed showing her a frog. I'm such a dumbass. I just wanted to show you this neat frog I found. Okay. I figured that was probably going to be wrong, but I figured I would at least try it as well, because we only had one more chance. One more thing to try. Or one more chance to try, I should say. Okay, so we do shoot the departed. I mean, we have other options as well, but I don't think Mashita doing anything is gonna help. That's just gonna, like, upset her. Unless he's supposed to put makeup on. Bullet seems to hit the departed's body. Nice one. Might like me a lot, but maybe that love isn't strong enough to survive an attack. Departed sounds sad, and their breathing becomes unsteady. Seems to have made them feel a bit uneasy. Okay. Did you do something bad in your past life, or what? Shit has clearly head over heels in love with you. Guess they are. What is this bastard trying to be sexy for? What is this bastard trying to be sexy for? Her husband, obviously. It hurts their feelings when we shoot them. It doesn't hurt them physically, but their poor little feelings. She gets mad at Mashita. Oh god, it's mouths. Oh god, it's mouths. Slowly approach us. Departed can't maintain their composure. Causes the thing hidden behind their huge body, something resembling a face, to become exposed. Damn. Well, we managed to get them riled up, but now they're closing in. They were under the fang titties all along. It wasn't totally incorrect being able to see with titties, though, right? Because there's eyeballs under there. Their target is apparently me. When the time comes, I'll lure them to me. Use that chance to escape. No, Mashita! It's madness. If we do that, you will... Can I shove the frog in her mouth? We need to create an opening to escape. Shoot the face, shoot the body, shoot the... Wait, shoot the body thorns. Shoot the ankle. What should I do to get away from the departed? Shoot the ankle? So that she has a harder time to walking? We do it together, Mashita. Take the gun from the paper bag and we try aiming at the departed's feet. We both line up shots at the departed's feet and pull the trigger simultaneously. Bullet seemingly strikes. Dear husband. It's a tinge of sadness in the departed's voice. Looks like that rattled them a bit. Okay, well we're dead because Mashita is dead. But we have more of an idea of what to do. We can roll with this. We got phase 1 now. Easy peasy. Arcade, what's your problem with Mashita? Why don't you like my boy? What's wrong with my boy? What you got against my lad? Ooh. Hi. That sure is a face. He's fine, you just need someone to bully. Okay, that's fair. That's okay. I can accept that. I would like to resume from the point just before Vincenzo died. Thank you. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. Okay. Crumbling shrines remains back. Blah, 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 blah. Wooden box is buried. Okay. Collect the box. We're gonna skip all of this. Because we've done this. We understand this. We know what's going on here. I do appreciate the fact that there is, like, a fast forward button. Except when it gets stuck, because they have to make their noise. Just gotta finish the voice line. Gotta get through that audio clip. There we go. It's not the worst. I can deal with this. Alright, you were killed here? Okay. She doesn't want me to look at her ugly self. And it's like, girl, you were fine. It was fine. Oh, you know, I probably should have, like, gone back to the infirmary from the checkpoint. And then come back here. Just to be healed up, but it's fine. Okay. Shoot the departed. We'll probably fail, because it's only a 61% chance, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, she's not really attacking us, so our health can be lower, but get it fine. Shoot the departed. Let's go. Although it does cost health to do actions. Listen, there's some people who are into this. Monster fuckers unite. Okay. But also, I need her to chill out a little bit. She's been coming on real strong this whole time, and it's like, ma'am, it's not you. I'm just not interested. Just in general. Can I shoot the face? Pull the gun out of the bag, try to shoot the part of its face. That is not a monster, that is a refined lady whose body definitely doesn't need to be censored to be ad-friendly. It's true. Listen, she's got built-in censor bars. She got them fangs. What do you mean? There's no nipples here. We need to create an opening to escape. Yeah, I know. You need to be a better shot, my guy.
これどうだ
Alright, success please. Wow! Twice in a row? What was that about the gun being oriented wrong? Fang nipples. Fipples. Fruity, you've done it again. You've gone and created a new fuck hut? Gun's oddly oriented when I reach into the bag, and as a result, I drop it on the ground. Okay, that's silly. Possible I want to try and make the Departed even more distraught. Okay. Yeah. So this is the option, right? Just keep shooting her. I know that would personally upset me if I was like, hey, I think you're pretty neat, and instead of just being like, hey, I'm not that interesting or that interested, or, you know, just moving on or whatever, if they just instead said, fuck this, and shot me, I'd be pretty devastated. Bullet seems to hit the Departed in what appears to be their face. Nice shot. Can't imagine anything that would set someone off more than being hit in the face, especially by their beloved. The Departed is apoplectic. They scream in rage. I wanted to make them really distraught, but I think I pissed them off instead. However... Oh, good. What's happening? Unable to control their emotions, the Departed lets out a scream that pierces the sky. Stagger backward, trying to hide their face. Wait, sorry, did that say face or faces? Face. Dear husband. Liar. Liar, 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 liar. Wow, okay, man. God damn it, this nut job sure has some crazy mood swings, huh? Well, I think we managed to provoke them. Looks like that was the right choice. Great! Great! Alright, this is our chance to run away. Time to go. Should we split up to make sure that at least one of us gets out of here? Bite! No time to complain, just do it! I'll cut through the forest, you follow the path. Understood? Before I can even reply, Mashida's already run into the woods, avoiding the Departed. Upon seeing that, the Departed shrieks in rage. Well... Chasing after Mashida, they disappear into the woods. No, Mashida! Departed and Mashida vanished. A sense of hopelessness and loss swell up inside me anew. Again, I was powerless to do anything. Mashida. I am unable to return to the infirmary. Okay. That makes sense, but figured I would check anyway. Alright. I hope we're... As fun as this has been, I do hope that we're starting to get towards the end of it, because I am getting tired. I need to make some din-din. Gotta do what eat. Fortunately, I have like lots of leftovers and stuff, so it's not like it's not like I have to like do any cooking or anything like that. It's literally just throwing something like in the oven or in the microwave. Do you think that the Departed is the bug bride, while the doll is the mold bride? You should eat some frog mold bugs. I could eat some frog bugs. Can't eat mold though. That'll kill me. I'm like super allergic to mold. I'd love to stick to the bit and like carry on the theme of the evening, but I also like living. This sound and this presence. Oh hey, she's even more put together, I think. Mold a substitute, what would that be? Female doll is standing as she always does. I've arrived back here, near the clock tower. Hurry, run away. It's all over the school. You, everyone, attacked by Mushikabi, bitten by them, eaten, like us. What do you mean by like us? Do you remember? That day we were eaten by Mushikabi. We became one. Mushikabi, scary. Scary. Wait, what did she say just now? They were bitten by Mushikabi? Don't tell me this doll is... But is it really? None of the intense hatred I felt earlier is coming from this doll. Instead, I sense confusion and fear, which tracks with the other sister. I'm begging you, please tell me. Who are you? We... This bell sound is... Oh! Oh, what a sound! Female doll screams and disappears. I recall what she just said. It's all over. The school, you, everyone. You'll be attacked by Mushikabi, bitten by them, and eaten. Sounds really ominous, but what does it mean? She's doing what she can. I have a bad feeling about this. Better head back to the infirmary immediately. Yeah, I don't think anyone's doing too hot. Don't like it when we go to a new scene and Vincenzo here pulls a Blair Witch on us and is just like standing with his back turned. I hate that. Oh, it's red here now too. What? What in the world? Even the lights in the special building have turned red. Is it the same for the infirmary? Yeah, it's awful red out. As I feared, the infirmary is also bathed in red light, and the two people who I left here are nowhere to be found. Doryu! Yasuoka! There's no response. Has the departed come here again? That time, the departed left a notice targeting the student council on the desk. And given previous events... I knew it. There's another notice from them. The notice is the departed sender to test their candidate husband. Except they already consider me the real husband. How else do they want to test me now? Well, we did kind of, you know, make her feel betrayed. Dear husband, the day to exchange vows has arrived. I shall be waiting for you under the oath bell. Please come after you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After that, in the red wedding hall, please call the name of your bride who is hiding in the school. Your beloved, the departed. 2 and 4 yellow. Yeah. Oh, the words 2 and 4 are written upside down. Exchange of vows, oath bells, ceremony hall. Do these phrases refer to a wedding ceremony? Hmm? That voice. Yasuoka? Rush over and find Yasuoka lying under the bed. She's unconscious, but she doesn't appear to have sustained any injuries. Hang in there, Yasuoka. You don't know how to count. You'll never make a good husband at this rate. Can't believe it. Cost. Are you alright? Yes. More or less. What in the world happened to you? I don't know. I was talking with Doryu, and then suddenly my head started spinning and I just lost consciousness. Where is Doryu? My apologies. I don't know. Perhaps she's been taken by the departed, like I and Sho. Doryu. I have to hurry and look for her. But I'll only be killed if I chase after the departed now. I'll die a pointless death without saving anyone. This will be a battle against the departed, and there's a key to clear their grudge. I only stand a chance against them if I can find that key. I need to calm down. I should show Yasuoka the paper bundles I retrieved from the forest that I couldn't read. There might be clues in them. It's true. Talk. You look like you have many things that you want to talk about. I know you're anxious and impatient right now, but can you please just tell me what happened? Mashida's disappeared. Where is Mashida, by the way? Why are you alone? About that. I tell her about how the departed targeted Mashida and they both disappeared. Oh, I see. Because of me, Mashida is... Do not blame yourself. Mashida was simply living life according to his own rules. He shouldn't have any regrets. What rules? To live the life of an officer. Even after he quit, he couldn't run away from his destiny. Mashida's a tenacious man who would do anything to solve a case. Despite that, he never allowed himself to forget his past life as a cop. Those were his rules. And that means... I get it, Mashida. I'll give it my all and focus on solving this case. That's what you want, right? Red lights in the special building. When did the light here turn red? I noticed that I started to lose consciousness. The Departed's curse seems to have enveloped the entire school. This is the worst. We don't know what'll happen. But why now? If the cause is the same as last time, perhaps oh my god. Perhaps the Departed has transformed again. That means... Did they consume something again? Possibly. What did they consume then? Say Yasuoka? Can you decipher these papers for me? I believe this is the Departed's wedding, but it's... Oops. I believe this is about the Departed's wedding, but it's in an old script. And I'm sure this has something to do with the Departed's grudge. Sure. There's not much here, so it shouldn't take long. Wait a spell. I attempt to calm myself down while Yasuoka reads. In the meantime, I'll reorganize all the information I got in the forest. Might find out the truth about the Departed. Okay. Hold on. Let's, chapstick up. My lips are very dry. And very upset. And then, take a big old dink. Alright. The Departed's wedding. A sacred wedding ceremony that was held in an attempt to end the famine. The brides and grooms were carefully selected based on their intelligence, lineage, personality, and spiritual strength. Which is why the chosen ones were thought to be blessed and envied by many. The truth is, those chosen brides and grooms actually believed they'd have a blissful marriage. The two chosen brides were Mayamura's. They were obviously sisters. On one beautiful night, the gorgeous bridal procession advanced deep into the forest. They were headed toward Mushikabi Shrine. However, the marriage ceremony held at that place was far from the happy occasion they'd wished for. Yeah, it kinda sucked, huh? Instead of marrying their grooms, the brides were paired with the deities Mushigami and Kabigami. Before their beheaded grooms, they were prepared for their wedding to the deities. And that preparation included being given a makeover with bugs and mold. Over time, their skins were consumed by insects and mold. To keep themselves alive, they consumed both the insects and the mold. And that's how the women who resembled corpses were made worthy of becoming brides of deities. Jesus. For a long, long time, they had to suffer with bugs and mold slowly eating away at their bodies. A brutal betrayal for brides who were deceived into thinking they were destined for a happy marriage. Such an incident is cruel enough to have borne myriad grudges. I'm done reading. As you presumed, this was indeed about the departed's wedding. I shall give you a summary. I write down what Yasuoka says in my notebook. Toolbox, Mushigami Groom, Suguo Hitajima. Kabigami Groom, Jiro Uchikashi. Kabigami Bride, yeah, we know all this. Ceremony will be held on this day by this priest and the others. Yasuoka's summary of the paper bundle. It was a note about the religious oaths and the departed's wedding for the grooms, brides, and priests. Looks like residents of the town forgot the ceremony procedures given that it had been 100 years since it was last held. The chief priest in Mushikabi Shrine secretly wrote this memo for them. During the wedding ceremony in M-Town, the two grooms shall present their brides with red threads and smear lipstick on their teeth. Ugh. Ceremony is unique to M-Town, where silkworm and safflower flourish. Previous brides have been overjoyed to be proposed to in such a traditional way. However, the departed's wedding is different. Instead of the grooms, Mushigami and Kabigami, men from the town shall present the brides... men from the town shall present the brides with insects instead of red threads and smear mold upon them instead of lipstick. This betrothal ceremony shall last for several days. During this time, the brides shall eat bugs and mold to survive. Their bodies shall continue to be consumed by insects and mold until they have turned into the departed, brides worthy of wedding the deities. Jesus. Yasuoka's summary of the papers confirms what I saw in the vision. Although I've only learned maybe half of the truth of the situation, that much is enough to make my skin crawl and my stomach retch. Oof. Said everything I wanted to say to Yasuoka. With that, I have all the keys that I can possibly prepare. I don't know if this will be enough to battle against the departed's enormous resentment. But still. Gotta get ready for my bug mold wedding! Are you going, Cost? Yeah, the departed is calling me. I have to bring an end to this night. As much as I want to come along with you, I'm afraid I would only get in your way. My feet have been hurting after I fainted. I'm unable to run in my condition. It's fine. You can stay here. If I fail to come back, please take care of the rest for me. Understood. Do you know where the departed is? It's written in the notice. Clock tower, right below the oath bell. I see. Hear me out, Cost. Yoshida risked his life for you. As did I, Sho, Damon, and Hiru. Everyone wanted to help you out. That is what they believed. Faith is a weapon to battle against fear, and that's how they were able to challenge those spirits. You're right. It's thanks to them that I'm here at this critical moment. So, Cost, you risk your life to pursue those spirits. But what drives you to do it? My motivation... Spare me talk of a sense of responsibility or obligation. Tell me what you hope to accomplish by hunting spirits. What made me start chasing spirits? Initially, it was because I didn't want to die. 4 months ago, I pursued spirits to escape death. I managed to save the souls of those spirits and I survived. That should have been the end of my dealings with spirits. Except it wasn't. I continued pursuing them, enduring the fear and putting my life on the line. Why did I do that? I can only think of one answer. I just can't ignore those who have stepped into darkness. Not only those who are targeted by spirits, but the spirits who are bound by the regrets who also want to be saved. I simply want to do what I can to help them. This should have been the end of my dealings with spirits. Then they made a sequel. To be fair, he did talk about continuing to do investigations and stuff like that at the end of the game. From the first one. So you want to save everyone. I'm not a saint. You know I can't save everyone. But I want to reach out my hand as far as I can to as many as I can. I don't care if that makes me sound like a hypocrite with a martyr complex. I sound like a doctor. Maybe because I'm the spirit doctor. Oh no, don't embrace that name. In that case, you should hang on to that hypocrisy, so that everyone, both the living and the dead, can be saved and rest peacefully. Yeah. Alright. We save. We go. It's the end. We're here. We're doing it. It's time to go to the clock tower. The departed awaits. Connecting corridor, please. Yeah, we're gonna end that music, please. I'm only just now realizing that that might get copyright strike. Here's hoping it doesn't. That would suck. Alright. The clock tower. The party must be waiting inside to exchange vows with their groom. Me. Once I step inside here, this case is coming to some kind of conclusion. Am I ready? Yes. Though there's one matter left that I need to resolve before I enter this place, and that is the true identity of the departed, who has been hiding here in Konohara Academy. In the Red Wedding Hall, please call the name of your bride, who is hiding in school. Reading the notice, it seems like they want an answer. I won't have time to think about this once I'm inside, so now's the only time I have to think it over. There will be crucial choices after this. Once you make your return, you won't be able to return to the infirmary. You may want to collect more lost souls than sacred objects and save your progress first. Nah. Shall we solve the departed's mystery? Yes. We're gonna go to the wedding. First of all, I have some speculations about their identity. About 100 years ago, there were brides who were brutally murdered during a wedding ceremony in M-Town. Harboring grudges against all the residents while still longing for marriage, they were devoured by insects and mold. Their enormous grudges turned them into the departed. That much we know. If you didn't bring any wedding presents, quickly just go find a frog. Yeah, Fruity and I, same hat. Just bring a dried up frog. Perhaps they may like bugs and or mold. That would also work. Their enormous grudges turned them into the departed. That much we know. Now the real question is, how did the departed hide in the school? Toshihiko Izumi said the departed was pretending to be a human. If he was telling the truth, I have a feeling they transformed into someone I know. Did I forget your dried up frog? No, still got it. They would want to observe their groom, me, from nearby. Well, it's Himiko then. Duh. People of Konohara Academy who interacted with me. Sorry, I like how there's like 3 people here who are already dead. Well, I guess it wouldn't be Himiko, would it? Because she's... Well, it could be. Still. I mean, it's Himiko or Michio. Many of them were victims of the spirit cases. Naomi Horikoshi, Shinichi Kuda, Ritsu Sakamoto are no longer here. Couldn't protect them. The ones who were still alive are the headmaster, Seizo Konoe, Himiko Doryu, Haruaki Abe, and Saki Maruhashi. Michio Kinakawa, whose status is unknown. Michio died at the clock tower last night. But if she was the departed, her death would not prove her innocence. There's also the matter of the things we noticed at her dorm room. There's clearly something odd about that room. It's safe to say Michio Kinakawa is a prime suspect. Yeah, but so is Himiko. Start deducing now. Assuming the departed is among the ones still alive, we can exclude Mr. Konoe and Abe. The departed is said to be a bride, and the ones who hold the grudge are female. So it stands to reason that they transform into a girl. Not necessarily. This is still just conjecture, obviously. But without solid evidence, I'm gonna have to make some assumptions to narrow down the suspects to the most likely candidates. Okay, I'll accept that. What about Maruhashi? I didn't meet her until Mr. Kokuri's case. Before that, the departed attacked both I and Sho after learning about my friendship with them. Maruhashi doesn't know that they're my friends, so the chances of her being the departed are slim. Doryu is rather suspicious. Together with Michio, she's been helping me from the very beginning. Additionally, she knows all about the case and is quite interested in me. We can assume Himiko Doryu is a suspect. Obviously. This is just a possibility, but... If Michio or Doryu are the departed, Their smiles when they called my name, and when they told me they believed in me, it all came from the dead. That reality would be a bitter pill to swallow. However, there's still another possibility, and that's the fact that Izumi might not have been telling the truth. Izumi was going insane at that time. He might have not intended to lie, though that's not to say that he didn't lie either. If we consider that possibility, the female doll would seem suspicious. We were eaten by Mushikabi. Her last words matched the ritual scene I saw in my mind, especially because the word "we" could refer to the two brides. Two souls with the same resentment turned into a single spirit, and that spirit is the departed. The possibility is there. We can assume the female doll is also a suspect. No, I think the female doll is like the younger sister, the one who is more just like confused about everything. Unlike a detective novel or a police drama, we're not going to turn up definitive evidence in a spirit case like this. Despite that, I still have to make a choice. Among the three likely candidates, which is the departed? Can't afford to make a mistake. Michio Kinakawa is not the departed. Himiko Doryu is the departed. The female doll is not the departed. Doryu is the departed, not Michio or the female doll. Is this my final answer? No, it's still gonna keep beating. Okay, that's fine. My reasoning is Michio talked about the fact that Himiko seemed to like me as well. And the fact that we killed Michiho makes it seem like Himiko was jealous and wanted to get her out of the way, right? Plus, I don't know, I lean towards the whole like, oh, it's just so obvious that it would be Michio because of all the differences in her bedroom or whatever. And I'm expecting the game to like try and pull a fast one on me, therefore I overthink it, but I think this is it. This is my final deduction. Oh god. Here's hoping it's right. You and Fruity were the departed and you didn't even know it. Y'all. I know my answer. Time to go to the clock tower. And the fact that she's like missing now. That Himiko is missing all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Everything will be clear there, whether I like it or not. Door to the clock tower is open. Departed is waiting for me ahead. Can't even imagine what will happen next. I inhale the clear night air and breathe it out. Plus, okay, so the other thing is, while Himiko said, like, that they played sisters and whatever, and that she was, like, the dependable, tough, like, older sister or whatever, and that, Michio was, like, the ditzy younger sister or whatever, it's still the fact that she was the older sister. And it's the older sister that, like, swore to kill everyone, right? Like, that's the other big thing for me. It's not necessarily, like, about the personality, it's more just about their age, which, like, seems, I don't know, feels, like, a little loose as far as, like, logic is concerned, but that makes the most sense in my brain. I can't even imagine what will happen next. A wedding, duh. Duh. Hey, it's Kayshurrr. What in the world? The red handprints all over the wall. The red mold, not blood. The same type of mold is on the notices. Tower wasn't like this before. Clock tower has changed. Is this also the work of the departed? Erg. There's this dreadful sensation filling the air. The power of the curse is overwhelming. I have to put an end to it quickly. One arm shaped clump of red mold is emerging from the wall. Ah, jeez. Two arm-shaped clumps of mold are emerging from the wall. Wait, hold on. Can I... 3? Okay, it is. So we had the words, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And 2 and 4 were upside down, so you have to go down for those ones, right? That's what's happening there. Just to, like, let you know what I'm doing. What's that? Something's rolling on the floor. Oh, doll got broken. This is... Oh, I actually kind of feel bad about that. Broken remains of the female doll. But how? What happened? With the pain from the curse and the agitation from the surprise, my head's about to burst. Calm down. Just calm your ass down. So I say to myself over and over again. Then I inspect the broken female doll. Her limbs are missing, only her head, dress, and some broken pieces remain. When I look closely at the broken pieces, I see something resembling teeth marks. This is most likely from a bite. Was she devoured by the departed? The departed grew stronger after devouring the doll, which turned the lights in the special building red. It does make sense. I hear a faint voice. Is this the doll's voice? Take me. Eat me. What do you want to say? Eat me. Protect you from red curse. Oh. Well, I don't want to eat porcelain. That's bad for me. Her voice goes silent. What did the female doll say? Take me. Eat me to protect you from the red curse. Yeah. I read that. Still don't get it. However, this doll mustered all of her remaining strength just to say that to me, so I can't ignore her words. Listen, if the doll says to eat her, I'm eating. Fair. Crunch that up, throw it in a bowl, you can pretend it's cereal. Better take her corpse with me. Head of the female doll, obtained red dress. Hey! The malicious disturbance that was happening in this place has subsided. Makes me feel a little bit better. Is this all thanks to this female doll? We're the bride. Oh god. I don't like that. That's bad to look at. The fragments of the female doll are scattered on the floor. You mean to protect you from the red curse. What does it mean? What does it mean? I climb the ladder once again. Where will this ladder take me this time? Will I end up climbing the clock tower for all eternity without an exit? My mind conjures up numerous ominous predictions like this, one after another. It means eat the porcelain, Vincenzo. Get with the program. Except I know that can't be how this ends. What the departed wants is a wedding ceremony, and a groom is needed for that to happen. I guess this ladder is like a vertical wedding aisle, and waiting for me at the end will be my bride. Genuinely my worst fucking nightmare. Ooh, it's pretty here though. I find myself in a bright red room. Stone walls and floors are covered with red mold. I'd like it without the mold, but it's cool looking regardless. There's strange plants growing on the floor that look like overgrown moss. A sight that you'll never see in nature. Did the departed cause this paranormal phenomenon? Here's an altar in the middle of the room. It's an altar that would be the center of a Western-style wedding. This will be the end of my walk down the aisle, then. I thought that was a coffin. I take the notice out and check it. I mean, it's bad here. After that, in the Red Wedding Hall... I mean, we've already done the first part. So, after that, in the Red Wedding Hall, please call the name of your bride who is hiding in school. Yeah, no, you're true. It could be. It's been bad. It's been bad just across the board. This place must be the Red Wedding Hall. Then I should call the departed by the name they've been using at the school. Right, the very name I've guessed. I wonder if there's a reason why they want me to call them by their name here. Perhaps the departed wishes to have a groom that really knows every single thing about his bride. Everything, even their terrifying secrets. The departed, who's been hiding in Konohara Academy. Your real name is... Himiko Doryu. My voice echoes throughout the room. There's no answer at all. Only the heavy silence filling the air. Did I fuck up? Is it Michiho? I don't think she's happy. This is... The room is filling with mold. It's getting hard to breathe. Good lord. You did not get it. Oh, honey. Okay, so it is Michiho. No, I was wrong. I believed in you. What a shame, dear husband. Again, like I said earlier, the obvious pick was Michiho. I went with Doryu because I wasn't sure if the game was gonna pull a fast one on me, and I did overthink it. That was a me problem. I take full responsibility of that one. When I turn around... And again, it makes sense because I understand their logic. Obviously, Michiho was the bug one, and Doryu was the mold one, based on the curse that manifested on them. I don't know. I'm not a real husband, though. That's okay. Do I have to do the cursed room again? Still, I love you. Let us exchange a brief vow. She did ask if she could bite us before. I do remember this. Okay, okay. Oh, our poor boy! Hold on. That's it. That's a good screenshot. Alright, so let's share that with myself. There we go. Thank you, dear husband. Goodbye. Yeah, I just overthought the whole thing. And thought the game was going to try and be clever. Moving on. Corpse was discovered severe injuries over the body. Earlier today, we received a report that a man had collapsed at Konohara Academy in H City, Tokyo. The man has now been confirmed dead. The police are currently investigating the case. Yeah. That's fair. Okay, can we... That's the end! No, let's do this for realsies. We are staying up way too late to do this. 4 fucking hours. Oh my god. That's fine. Now saving! No. No, come on. Come on! Can I please skip? Will you let me skip? Game, I want to immediately... oh my god. I get it. I did fuck up. And it is an ending. Yeah, they're just being really rude right now. Ida and Yasuoka had the same voice actor. I thought the voice that they had for Yasuoka was very deep. It's a choice. Could. What if there's an after credit scene? You know? But what if... No, there's not gonna be. Okay. Let's go. I'm sorry. Yasuoka, trans queen, confirmed? Did I save? I saved, right? I saved before we left, right? Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. The panic is real now all of a sudden? No, okay, we did. Okay. Okay. Woo! I thought I had, but sometimes I get too comfortable in the fact that I typically save and then I fuck up. Oh, that was scary. Alright, let's, It's Michio. We know now. I need to remember that this is, again, that Deathmark is usually pretty good about being, like, very clear about who's done what. And that they're not gonna be tricksy sneaksies about it. Yeah. But that's fine. Michio Kinakawa is the Departed. Not the Departed. Not the Departed. Is this my final answer? This is my final deduction. Please, game. I'm very tired. I'm ready to be done. Skip all this. We'll go through here. We go up. We go down. We go up. We go down. We go up. We go down. If Michio and Doryu are both my bride, I will be so same. Same. I will not be happy about that. Yay. And then up we go. Yeah, if they choose, if they say that it's Michio and Doryu, I will actually like have a I'll throw a fit about it. Michio Kinakawa. My voice echoes throughout the room. There's no answer at all. Only the heavy silence filling the air. This is the room's filling with mold. It's getting hard to breathe. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that. I'm not pleased about that situation. Yeah, Doll is little sister and together they are one sister. Unless for some reason it's the doll, but that doesn't feel right either. They're two guys, not one guy. Oh my god, please. I mean, they're both suspicious as fuck. But like... if we don't get it right this time, and it is actually the doll, fuck off. Then we will probably call it here, and I'll finish this up tomorrow, because it's almost 9 o'clock, and I have to work in the morning. Maybe the captain killed everyone on the Overton. Maybe. Surprise! They're all the Departed. So we solve the Departed's curse. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god! The Departed. Unless none of them are the Departed. The Departed. Not the Departed. This is my final deduction. Yeah, like I said, if this isn't the correct, maybe you and Arcade were the Departed. Maybe. Like I said, if this isn't the correct option, then we will call it here for tonight, and I'll finish this up tomorrow. We'll do like a super short stream. Cause I was expecting to do like a 3.5 hour stream for this. And we're going on 4 hours now, and I need food, which is also probably not helping the situation. But y'all are also confused, right? Or like, are like unsure about what's happening too, right? It's not just me. Okay, cool. Yeah. Like I said, like I could understand why it would be Michio versus like rather than yeah, you can choose both of them. Unless they're trying to say like, oh, who's like the older sister and who's the younger sister, in which case it would be it would be Michiho and the doll, and we exclude Doryu. Okay. Alright. But that doesn't make any sense, because the doll doesn't have a name. Okay, we're saying it's both of them. My voice echoes. There's no answer at all, only the silence filling the air. Okay. I expected nothing less of you, my dear husband. I believed in you. Rude. Two people appear before my eyes. Doryu. Michio. I was hoping I was wrong. However, my guess was on the mark. Dear husband, we've been watching you while hiding in the school the whole time. Dear husband, we've tested you to see if you're worthy of being our real husband or not. Both of them sound dead. Their eyes are lifeless. They don't look like Doryu and Michio I came to know. You two are the Departed's brides. The Mayumura sisters. Mikiko and Michio. Mayumura. Right, sisters was the key to unlocking the truth. No, I get that. I get it. The Departed wasn't just one entity hiding at the school, it was two. But that then doesn't make sense to me either, because... then what the fuck is the doll? I had proof that Michio was the Departed, which meant that the person who received the curse at the same time would also be the Departed. Doryu, bearing the mark on her face, is displaying the evidence that she's indeed the Departed as well. Then, are you the ones who caused all those spirits to appear? That's correct. So the spirit I saw clinging to Doryu's back was fake. The groom only needs his bride. The bride only needs her groom. Doll is doll. Just a normal doll. Yes. Everyone else is unnecessary. If they're allowed to keep using the dead to cause more casualties, the damage will be incalculable as their victims become new spirits. More and more people will die until the bride and groom are all that remain. That's the ending the Departed desires. I have to stop this twisted madness at any cost. Dear husband, you've shown us your brilliant intelligence. You managed to learn the truth about us without being deceived by sympathy or fake deaths. Dear husband, you've shown us your impeccable lineage. Due to your bloodline, you were able to see, hear, and face the spirits. Dear husband, you have shown us your stunning personality. Having formed an emotional bond with us brides, you mustered up the courage to push through your fear for us. You're not like those weak, fragile, beheaded men, or the coward who fled from the notice. You're different from those fake grooms. Dear heavens, you truly are our real husband. I am only one man. What are you gonna do to me? We are the departed's brides and groom. Let us exchange our marriage vows in this red wedding hall, and spend our days in this mushikabi chamber forever after. That is the happy ending we long for. But, Mikiko, your husband looks delicious. I can't control myself anymore. Dear husband, can I bite you? No. No, you may not. Oh, hey! Michio's face changes before my eyes. How terrifying. Is this the departed's true form? As bad? I wanna bite husband. Every time she speaks, the insects coming out of her mouth move their legs. What is that black liquid dripping from her mouth? Is that her saliva? Does she see me as her food? Completely disoriented. My mind can't process everything before me. I feel like the last thin thread of my sanity is going to snap. Do not rush, Michio. We must exchange vows first. Days, weeks, and months from now, our husband's body shall be dyed in Mushikabi's color. His organs shall be infested with mold, and he'll be filled with insects, making him beautiful. We need to wait until that time, alright? Wanna bite? Bite! What a troublesome child. Dear husband, you are a bad man. Because you really do look delicious. Dear husband. Can I bite you? No. Oh! Oh, hey. I kinda hate that more than I hate bugs. Markandori's face starts spreading like mold, distorting her face. Is that unsightly look on her face supposed to be joy? Wifey no bitey. Silly love aggression. I don't like any of it. Quaking in fear just looking at her. Can't even muster a scream. Want to bite. Want to bite. Want to bite, want to bite, want to bite, want to bite, want to bite. They can no longer control their ravenous hunger. The figures of two brides who longed for a wedding are no longer here. Instead, what I'm seeing now are two long-dead spirits who are warped by madness. It is kind of a very, like, who's Lila smile. Oh no. Oh no. Mikiko, shall we bite him together? Michio, let us bite him together. Hey, at least they're sharing. Doria and Michio look at each other. Then they hug one another. Oh god. Their arms and legs intertwine, body pressed against body, sticking like glue. After repeating the same motion several times, the boundary between the two disappears and they've united into one. Look, dear husband. Look at us. We have consumed the Scarlet Marionette. Oh no. Oh no. I do really like these, like, transformation scenes that they have. This is horrible. I hate this. I hate this. Hate that! When the candlestick is relit. Dear husband. Am I beautiful now? No. No, I'm sorry. My mind and body are overwhelmed by fear, like I'm a toad being hypnotized by a serpent. The departed has gained a new form from the swirling red mold. A grotesque-looking demon coming out of a doll's bulging belly. I can feel her intense emotion as her 4 eyes stare me down. And that emotion is desire. The scarlet desire to devour their beloved and usher them to their demise. Can I... Is it even possible to save them? Dear husband, let me bathe all of you in the color of insects. A lot of insects issue forth from their mouth and assault me. If this keeps up, I'll be eaten alive by bugs. But I can't give up here. What should I do? What should I do to fight the departed? Okay, we're dealing with insects, so let's hold that frog out. Glad to see we still have the bleach. Hold up the dried frog. Cover myself from the attacking bugs. Yeah, get him, frog. Hold the dried up frog in front of me. The moment I lay my hand on the frog. I remember what that voice told me earlier. Frogs drive away bugs. This might work then. The departed sneers as the insects pour forth an attack. But then the insects disperse into the darkness to avoid the frog. Looks like this is the right choice. The departed shrieks in anger upon seeing the insects leave. They seem to be muttering something. What the heck are they saying? Bugs? No, is it mold? Just as I think that to myself, a sharp pain runs throughout my arm. Oh, hey, it's mold! Mold starts growing on my arm. So now they're going with mold, huh? Well, I feel the mold spreading throughout my body. I feel like vomiting. Dear husband, let me bathe you in the color of mold. I'll get consumed by mold at this rate. No time to sit around. I need to do something before this damn mold covers my whole body. Except I don't really have an idea of what I need to do. Let's believe there are clues somewhere. Because if I don't do something, I'll be dead. It's the bleach. Well, hold on. Yeah. Well, I wasn't gonna lick bleach. I was just gonna pour bleach on my arm, but you're right. It is the doll's head, right? She'll protect us from the red curse. Grabbing the female doll's head, I try eating a piece of it. Oh, was lick bleach an option? Oh, that's not... Yeah, don't do that. Don't lick bleach. Sorry, I thought you were just pulling a fruity. The moment I lay my hand on the doll's broken remains... I remember what the voice said at that time. Eat me to protect you from the red curse. A little bit nervous, I warily take a bite of the female doll's head. It's an unpleasant sensation, like I'm chewing on a stone. And a clay texture and taste starts to spread inside my mouth. Making up my mind, I swallow it down. At that moment, both the mold and the unpleasant nausea disappear in an instant. Looks like this was the right choice. Ah! The departed sounds distraught after seeing both the insects and mold cleared away. Oh, Lord. Letting out a roar, they approach me. Are they gonna eat me now? Can I bite you, my beloved husband? Let me bite you. Here we go again. So earlier, when we, like, found the doll broken up, she, like, had mentioned She had mentioned that if we eat part of the doll, that she would protect us from the red curse. Once we picked her up, the, like, curse and the mold that was around us at the time kind of disappeared. So it's a bit of a leap. But if you eat it, then it moves. It gets rid of the curse. I love when they move closer. It's always very horrible. The movement of the enemies is always really bad in, like, a great way. They do a very good job of making it awful. Everything in this chapter has been the most horrible. Positive. Honestly, though, they've done such a good job with this. The Departed won't ever be satisfied until they kill me. Although, if the Mayumura sisters are the Departed, do they really want my death? The Mayumura sisters long for a blissful marriage. Tell me, this bloody ritual can't be the dream wedding that you always wanted. What is it that you really want? Dear husband. Is that their answer? They sound sad. Right at that moment, I hear something distant from the darkness shrouding my vision. Give it back. That voice just now. By give it back, do you mean... Shit, it's not working, huh? Pretty sure the voice just now was the Departed's true feelings, but they've returned to being mad, or being their mad monster form. And I bite you. Bite, 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 bite. No bites. Guess you really can't communicate with the spirit, huh? Or at least I've got a clue now. I might be able to save the departed soul using that clue. Something I need to get back to them. It's probably something used in a celebration, given that this is a wedding. Is it the dress? Present the dress to them? Because the vermilion ink was used to sign the papers. Like, the priest used it to sign the papers, so that's a no. Carefully present the red dress to the departed. And I don't remember what the other option was at this point. Holding the dress with both hands, I get down on my knees and offer it to the departed. I shall give you this dress. Vermilion thread. Right, the flowers, thank you. Sorry, like I said, like, I am very tired at this point and my brain is not functioning. And, like, spider lilies in Japanese culture generally like, associated with death, right? Like, I don't want to give that to them. Vermilion thread. Give. The departed mutters something with a smile. They just tell me to give them vermilion thread? Pretty sure this dress is made of red silk. Red silk thread, so it should fit the bill. Is this a standard custom during a real wedding? Is this the celebration you want? The departed stares at me in silence. They seem somewhat bewildered. I guess this is evidence that I've stirred something in their heart. The departed takes a slow, deep breath. Perhaps the departed longs to experience a traditional M-Town wedding ceremony. Remember the true vows you long for. The departed starts breathing heavily. Did that trigger a memory or something? Oh, God. Oh, it's very close. Letting her roar, they approach me. Okay, hold on. I do need to just, like, triple check. God, I'm gonna have to listen to them do this horrible sound, huh? Item. Not that. Where is the paper? History? No. Old book. Sakamoto's report. Bloodstained papers, that's it. What was the traditional, the way that they told the residents? Two grooms shall present their brides with red threads and then smear lipstick on their teeth. Okay, right. Right. Sorry. Okay, letting out a roar, they approached me. I'm sorry we had to keep listening to that. I just needed to triple check that it was red threads and then smearing lipstick. Guess that's not it. The party has gone insane once again. They're on the verge of devouring me. However, there's no way I can give up here. I think, damn it, there must still be something I can do. This sound, though. What the departed probably wants is a traditional wedding. I believe the groom usually gives something to their bride. But it's still not enough. What else should I do? Okay, we've already done that. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't an option to, like, actually hand it over. Smear that on the departed's teeth, please. Reach into those maws and apply liberally. Apply vermilion to teeth. Dipping my finger in the vermilion ink, I call out to the departed. Let us exchange our wedding vows. Let me paint your teeth red. Use lipstick on head. Also, is this wedding, like, legally recognized? Am I gonna be married to a ghost now? Your husband. I feel like the departed isn't as deranged as they were before. Now is the time. I nervously extend the fingers I've coated with vermilion ink toward the departed. This is what's written in the chief priest's note I found at Mushikabi Shrine. At wedding ceremonies in M-Town, the groom is supposed to give the bride vermilion thread and paint her teeth red. All the M-Town brides were overjoyed to be on the receiving end of this traditional practice. Using what I've got, a dress made with red silk thread would equate to giving the bride vermilion thread, and smearing red ink on their teeth aligns with painting their teeth red with lipstick. So if I were to do that now, I gently smear the vermilion ink on the departed's teeth, giving them a blessing. Oh god, they are actually red. Departed, this is the blessing that I, your groom, give to you. My bride. After a long silence, their lips curve into a smile. Then... Your husband, for so long. For so long. For... you. Yeah, at the end of everything, it all comes full circle. We start out with lipstick on head, now we end with lipstick on head. After muttering such a thing... We did it! The departed disappears with a cry that is oddly neither filled with love nor hatred. Looks like this is the right choice. There's always a man and there's always a lighthouse. There's always lipstick and there's always a head. We did it. Should be good. Or is it? Did the departed regain their lost blessings so they can finally rest in peace? Really hope that's the case. However, cold wind refuses to stop blowing through the gaping hole in my heart. So are you. Michio. For a while, I simply stand rooted to this spot, stunned and distraught. Then I think about the way those girls simply disappeared without regaining their consciousness. I remember the look on their faces when that happened. They were smiling for some reason. It's time to go. Now that I've managed to survive this ordeal somehow, there's some things that I must do. As I descend, I notice that the red handprints on the wall have now vanished. I assume that all the other strange phenomena have ceased after the departed's departure. Clock tower is frozen in time, but the hands won't move ever again. Because the two students who wanted to make that happen for the school's 70th anniversary are no longer with us. Better get out of here. Yasuoka's waiting for me. That's a really cool monster design. But just like the general, like, I don't know, the escalation between like the different forms for the Departed were really cool. As much as we like joked about Fang tits, like it was a horrifying design and I really liked it. I don't know, all of the spirits that we've come across in this game have been really good. I think like of all of them, Kokuri was like the weakest of all of them, but even he was like super solid. Like I really liked his design. Yeah, they were all really good. I really liked them. And yeah, and now we're married. Should let Yasuoka know how this case ended. Oh my god, please. Welcome back, Cost. The spirit that was possessing Yasuoka is gone now, and the light in the infirmary is no longer red. Is it over? Yeah. You did well. Where's Doryu? Yeah, about that. Cost? Yasuoka looks at me with gentle eyes. She then follows with a slight, knowing nod. Things happened. I see. Just tell me whenever you're ready. No rush. I'm sorry. I love Yasuoka. Want me to answer that? No, it's fine. I'll do it. Hello? Try being a bit more cheery, will ya? Is it Mashita? It's an annoyed tone and these harsh words. You're alive, Mashita? Yep, I failed to die. Good! I lost my phone so I couldn't call. It took me a while to find a working public phone. Thank God you managed to escape. I was sprinting through that damn forest so hard I wanted to puke the whole time. I was like, I didn't like say anything because I was just kind of like trying to like get through it, but like, I was very sad at the idea of him being dead. So I'm glad to know that he's alive. They almost caught my ass several times, but luckily for me, they disappeared midway through the chase. Probably decided to go be with their husband rather than playing tag with me. Better to go on your end. I love this stupid music as well. It's over. The Departed's vanished. Oh, okay then. Did you save the Departed? I think I did? Why do you sound like you're at a funeral? Perk the fuck up, man. Mission accomplished. You should be proud of yourself. Nobody thinks you're cruel for doing what needed to be done. Sorry, but I'm not really in the mood for that. Yeah, not surprised at all. I'm heading there now. Give me the details once I'm there. Bye. That was Mashita, wasn't it? I'm glad he's safe and sound. He said he's coming here. Shall we leave once he arrives, then? You should rest, Cost. I'll contact the headmaster for you. Thanks, Yasuoka. I'm touched by Yasuoka's thoughtfulness. Since the last scene is still so vivid in my mind, I don't think I can deliver a professional report to the headmaster right now. By the way, Cost, why are you holding on to that? Oh, you mean this? I hadn't even realized it, but I'm clutching something I picked up in the clock tower. It's the female doll's head and dress. It saved my life. There's no particular reason. Maybe I'm just feeling sentimental. And thus we repair the doll. And not the light we tuned tall. Cold autumn wind continues to blow through each city. One night, the sound of a bell can be heard coming from the empty school. Sounds like someone wailing, lonely and sad. A funeral bell. For whom does it toll? Ask not who the bell tolls for. Is it for the victims of this case who were cursed to death by the spirits? Is it for Himiko and Michio, whose bodies were stolen by the Departed? Or is it for the poor girls who died at their wedding? Whatever the case, the spell's peal might mark the end of the strange incidents involving the Departed. However, it doesn't mean this is all
これで
over.
全てが終わりではない。仮にも
Even though I've only had the name Spirit Doctor for a short time, I'm still someone who can connect with
魂の相
spirits.
に触れた者として
Must look deeper into
それ
these
ぞれの
depths.
死をさらに深く見つめなくてはならない。
No matter what terror and hardships lie ahead.
いかなる恐怖や困難、痛みが待つとしても、あの日
For the seal engraved in my
心
heart
に
that
刻ま
day,
れた印
and
に
for my loved ones, as well as the
そして
deceased.
愛する者と亡き者たちに柔らかな
Until the
日
day when the
が
gentle
差
sun
す
shines in the sky.
その日まで。
All done? All done. I'm gonna try and keep my opinions brief and to the point. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. Great game. Wonderful game. I really enjoyed it. I really liked it. I had a shit ton of fun with it. I do gotta kind of sprint off to bed, but I'll let them play while I'm talking, so we're good for right now. I say I gotta sprint off to bed. I have to eat dinner. I haven't eaten yet. And my poor dad has been out in the living room, probably, hopefully knowing that he can raid the fridge for food. That was a great game. I appreciate the fact that I like the fact that they didn't throw out everything that they did for NG, but that they made the some of the systems that they had for NG, they took them and they improved on them. I do like that they did a lot of stuff that harkened back to the original game as well. But I also appreciated the fact that they tried something new. I really liked, it was fun and I was interested in how like the exploration system worked, and the fact that they changed the fact that it's like, you know, it was a not quite third person, but a side view rather than like from a first person perspective. That was interesting. It was cool. It was really nice to be able to like see the characters outside of just like the little profile pictures. I really liked that in the first one, but it's just it was a nice touch, and just like reminded you that the characters were there, so you got to like see them more regularly. That was really cool. I appreciated the fact, I don't know, I talked to Emmy about this very briefly, and it held true for the first game, and it holds true for this one, but it's just like, I appreciate the fact that they do handle like really heavy topics, especially like queer topics, and like, I don't know, like there's been discussion of assault and like inappropriate relationships, and they do take it seriously. There is an understanding of the fact that like these topics are intense and heavy, and very serious, and they do approach them seriously. There were a couple of times where like we definitely all kind of like took a moment to be like, where are you going with this? And then they managed to pull it back, and I think some of that just might do with the fact that like, you know, oh my god, is that Farley? Bro! Sorry, it sounds like somebody's trying to beat my fucking door down, and it's just Farley being a menace. I appreciate the fact that, like, I think that some of that might just be, like, clunky translation. But it's still, like, they did a great, I don't know, they do a good job. I appreciate the, like, gravity that they handled the topics with. Especially for, like, a Japanese game. Queer issues particularly not always handled well, with Japanese games. Tend to, and I mean, you can say that about a lot of games, but they tend to, you know, treat queer folks, especially with the first one where it talks about like a character who is trans, tend to like vilify those kinds of characters, or have them be like the butt of a joke, and it wasn't. It was still tragic, and it still falls into the like, you know, sad side of queer representation. but we do get the caveat of like being able to like help them and help put their spirits to rest, and that's cool. I like that. Monster design on point. This game was long. This was a long ass game. The first one was long. Also, I'm sad to see that there were like backers, and I just didn't know. Do you want to view the credits for our backers? Not really. I'm sorry. Thank you for. I did see that it like said it was like a Kickstarter. Thanks everyone who like kickstarted this. Anyway, yeah, this was delightful. Despite the fact, oh hey, we have more. Despite the fact that it was as long as it was, there weren't. I say this taking into consideration that my getting a little short with it this time was just because it went a little longer than I thought it was going to. I'm very tired and all that kind of stuff. But even then, like, there weren't any points that I felt like were really like padded out or were filler or anything like that. It was really good. Let's get through this real fast. A week has passed since that night. Konoha Horror Academy hasn't changed much since my first visit. Well, this is only the calm before the storm. Even though the spirit has vanished, the truth and the havoc they wrought still remain. Weekly magazines and the like have been littered with articles about mysterious disappearances at an H-City school. It's only a matter of time before the press descends upon the school. When that happens, students will lose their normality once again. There's nothing I can do about that. I walk past the students and enter the school. Unlike my first visit here, the bell doesn't ring. Ugh. Still don't trust this man. Oh, you're here. Apologies, I've been quite busy lately. Had my hands full with parents and police asking for explanations about the students who have disappeared. Though all I can do is tell them I don't know anything more than they do. So I get called an irresponsible headmaster. I mean, you are. Quite a few people have gone missing in a short amount of time, and yet we can't share what actually transpired. He might not be Ghost, but he's definitely bad. Agreed. Being thrust into the limbo between reality and the spirit world, he's got a pretty tough situation. Sooner or later, I'll likely have to resign. Someone will be made to bear responsibility for these incidents. Got no regrets, though. The case is solved, and I can hold my head high knowing what happened. Fuck off. Mr. Konoe, I've read your report. I feel absolutely terrible for Sakamoto. And I can't believe Doryu and Kinakawa were actually the departed. I have no intention of revealing the truth, obviously. It's not like that would allay the concerns of anyone. Allay? We shall consider them to be missing persons, like Sakamoto and the others. That should be fine. The real versions of them are victims, too. Actually, I was curious as to why the departed pretended to... Oh!
ATM 0 is raiding with a party of 19.
Hello,
Kayshurrr
everyone!
and the gang welcome you.
You're here right as we're getting ready to end. Thank you. Oh my gosh! Hold on a second.
Emersa
Hello?
Designs is raiding with a party of 5. Kayshurrr and the
ATM,
gang welcome you.
hi! Emersa Designs, welcome in! Let me get y'all shout-outs real fast. Hello, everyone. My name is... Let me quickly introduce myself. We'll just pop over here dead quick. And... Oh my god. Hi. Here we go. Y'all were... Okay, first off, ATM 0, welcome in, friend! How are you? How was the Final Fantasies? Dead and Dragon Raid totally not plans. Sometimes it just works out that way. Welcome in, Emersa. Hello, friends. I am very sleepy right now. My throat is starting to die because it's been a very reading-heavy stream for the last almost 5 hours. How was Cooking Companions? How are y'all's streams? Welcome in. Like I said, my name is Kaysh. You can call... Sorry. My name is Kayshurrr. You can call me Kaysh. I am a queer horror and mystery game streamer. I like to play scary stuff around here. I use they, them pronouns. Sorry, I'm doing everything out of order because I'm fucking exhausted. This is an 18+ stream. I say fuck a lot. Oh my god, yeah, no, okay, listen, you need to play it. I would recommend leaving. Not that, I'm sorry, we are literally at the end. We are at the post-credits scene, and so there are major spoilers. So that's the only reason why I'm like, you should leave. I don't want to tell you to get the fuck out of here. But also, I want you to go into this as blind as possible because it's so good. But yeah, we do have the game link there. If anybody is interested in checking it out, it's the Steam page, but we do I do list what other systems it's available for. That's just a thing that I do for all of the games that we play. Likewise, I also offer content warnings for every game that we play because I just like to make sure that you're informed about the kind of content you're going to see. We're at the point where there's not going to be much to see, but let me tell you, there are some content warnings for this game. But it handles it all very well. Oh, okay, I know what that sound is. Sorry, I do have somebody here at my house with me right now, and I just heard something like scrabbling against the wall. It's the shower curtain in the bathroom because it's right against my office. But yeah, hello, thank you for the raids, everyone. I really, really appreciate it. Like I said, though, we are at the end of the game, and we are getting ready to call it. We're just finishing up this last scene. Thank you, ATM. I appreciate it, and thank you, Immersa. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that y'all are well. I do believe that there's a true ending, and I think we might have to. I think we might have that, but I'll have to like triple check everything because we definitely got a bad ending earlier. So we'll see. But no, like as soon as you get the opportunity to, would highly recommend this. The first game is wonderful. Second one I was a little iffy about. But this one is so good. It's so good. But yeah, if anyone has to raid and run, I totally understand. If you're trying to avoid spoilers, I totally understand. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. You're amazing. Listen. But yeah, we are gonna finish this out because I gotta go eat and I gotta go to sleep. I'm fucking exhausted. Smooches to you too. Happy walking dog. Be careful, be safe. We love you. Take care. We'll see y'all next time. We'll see you next time. Anyone else who's staying here, welcome. I know I need to do an eat. I need to do an eat and I need to go to bed. But like I said, like I do have food that I can just heat up and eat. I don't have to like do any like major cooking time or anything like that. Because otherwise I would have been like, fuck this, we're like done now. But I do have food like ready to heat up and eat. So we're good there, I promise. But yeah, I was curious as to why the Departed pretended to be these characters in order to hide among the students, in case anyone is still here who is ready to, like, trying to click out. Doesn't seem to be a need to mingle with everyone here in order to simply find a husband. I don't know either. There are a number of things concerning the Departed that still don't make any sense to me. Such as, why were they in the clock tower? Maybe you'll get a bit more closure about the matter if you read this. Proceeds to hand me a leather journal from the nearby desk. This journal belonged to my grandfather, the first headmaster of Konohara Academy. A relative found this at their home and sent it my way. I know now isn't exactly the ideal time for you to see this, but feel free to take your time looking it over. How long have you had this? I know you said a relative sent it over. How long have you had this? Thanks, I'll borrow this then. I guess that's all for me. But let me thank you one last time. I appreciate all your help, Cost. You helped me save Konohara Academy. I also wanted to extend my sincere apologies for being harsh with you. Fuck off. Yeah, I'm also, like, super suspicious of his family. Don't worry about that. I know you were desperate to save both the school and the students. Don't accept his apology. Glad you understand. It reminds me, Damon will be here today. Why don't you go talk to him? Oh, I'm so glad he's okay. Sure thing. I say goodbye to Mr. Konaway and leave the faculty room. The second he says that Damon's gonna be here today, just immediately bolt out of the room to go see my boy. Oh my god. Damon has been waiting in the infirmary. Boy got demolded. Damon, my beloved, honestly. Excuse me, that was horrible. Yeah, so like, they tried to like say that it was like some weird, like, you know, magic mold. You know, the ghost mold that got to him. I don't know if it was actually the ghost mold or not, or it was just from him running around that musty old building. But either way, he had like pneumonia, but instead of fluid and stuff, it was mold. Bad. Long time no see, Cost. How are you feeling, Damon? I think resting in that hospital bed actually did me some good. I'm feeling better. Well, better is relative for me. Yeah, he already had the bad lungs, and then he got the ghost mold lungs. Still got that lingering cough, but his voice is full of life. Seems like he's fully recovered. Sorry I had to abandon you midway. Do not apologize! I ended up forcing everything on you. All the responsibility and emotional trauma. It's fine. Actually, like, genuinely, it is fine, my dude. Many people died because of this case. It's a bit sad and lonely knowing no one will ever learn the truth besides those of us who were involved. True. Let us remember those who died at the very least. It's a cross that all of us who were involved in the incident will have to bear. Nevertheless, we live on, believing that we will save someone else another day. It's a remark Damon said during Hanako's case. The suffering of a doctor who constantly has to face the grim reality of death. Despite that, he's still determined to save others. I comprehend the weight of those words a bit more now. I'll keep that in mind. Having the spirit doctor tell me that made me feel blessed to be a doctor. We should have married Damon instead of ghosts. Facts. Say, Cost, I hope you keep pushing ahead in your own way, despite all the struggles that come. There's gotta be someone out there who's just waiting for you to extend your hand. I finish my conversation with Damon, say my goodbyes, and leave the infirmary. Then I head straight out of the school. Are we done now? Find myself at the front gate. School's been over for a while, so there are a few students still milling about. Oh, Cost! Ugh, God. Hello. What are you doing here, Damon told me you'd be here today. Looks like I almost missed you. It's all because Sho keeps slowing me down. Oh, shut it with your bullshit. You're the one at fault here. What's the point of making me dress like this even though the case is over? The case is over, but we're still gonna stick out like a sore thumb if we wear casual clothes to a school. Plus, this is another great chance to wear the Konohara Academy uniform. You look good in that blazer, Sho. Yikes, stop it. You're giving me the creeps. Would have passed if I'd known it'd be like this. Yeah, totally. I worked 7 days straight and I finally got a day off. I just want to lay on the couch and drink. Ugh, both of you complain way too much. Looks like I invited both of them here. Feels like it's been an eternity since we all saw each other last. I asked some of the others too, but apparently they already had plans today. Glad to see you're doing well, old man. You looked like a zombie when we were on that case. Is that so? You got some bags under your eyes, though. Have you been staying up late? Oh, you mean this? I've been doing some work at home. Sometimes I get too caught up in my work, and by the time I realize it, the sun's creeping through the blinds. Still living that kind of life even after the case? You're one hell of a night owl. Rest is just as important as work, Cost. Should we go and grab something good to eat? I like that idea. I know a good ramen shop. Pile on the pork and green onions. Why ramen? Cake is much better, right, Cost? No, You don't have to work hard today, right, Cost? You're gonna collapse if you don't take a breather once in a while. And you're not good at that. Fine. Wonderful. Do we actually have to go out to eat? In the end, I let myself be dragged to both a popular ramen place and a cake shop. I and Show are as bubbly as ever, while Huru chimes in occasionally with sardonic comments. Observing the scene in front of me, it feels like this is the first time I've been able to have a normal, ordinary day in quite a while. However, there's a strange feeling that I can't shake, as if I'm walking around in shoes that don't fit. I guess this is what readapting to mundane life feels like. I guess I'm just too used to having dark, unnatural forces inserting themselves in my life. Just your life. I skimmed through the first headmaster's journal that Mr. Konoe loaned me. Stuff written inside is related to the female doll in The Departed. Let's go, give me that lore dump! First headmaster knew about M-Town's horrific ritual, The Departed's wedding. He apparently learned about it from a former M-Town resident. He wanted to offer condolences to the victims of the ritual and those who were claimed by The Departed's wrath. He particularly pitied the Mayumura sisters, whose dreams of a happy marriage were betrayed. Inside the clock tower that was built to celebrate Konohara's Academy 10th... Konohara Academy's 10th anniversary, he built a room as a memorial service, complete with an altar where he offered a Western doll. That doll was the female doll in the scarlet dress. He got it from someone who dealt in spiritual items. It said the female doll was made to be an offering for a pitiful soul and had hidden spiritual power. Learning that, the headmaster believed the doll could soothe the souls of the Mayumura sisters. He then dressed the doll in a beautiful bridal gown. In his mind, he was being thoughtful to the sisters, who had their matrimonial wishes twisted into a grotesque ritual. His love for antique things was probably what led him to choose the red dress over a now traditional white gown. The first headmaster may have thought he was helping, but romanticizing the tragedy of the two brides, yeah, eventually led to the disaster. See, he's not to be trusted. Fucking men. The deep-seated grudge of the Mayumura sisters remained in the Konohara area. That grudge began dwelling inside the female doll. Eventually, the Departed was born. And that's where the journal ends. First headmaster passed away after that. Perhaps the Departed's curse killed him as well. He set the events in motion, and then, 6 years later, the Departed appeared at Konohara Academy. No one can ever truly know how or why such things occur. You can only imagine and speculate. After the first headmaster's death, the female doll disappeared. It was taken from the clock tower, or at least the part normal people could access. Oh my god. The place the doll ended up must have been the Red Room, somewhere only the Departed could access. They were awaiting a new vessel, other than the doll, one in which they could make their dream of a happy marriage come true. That replacement finally came after so many years. One summer break, 2 female students visited the clock tower. Those students were the real Michio Kinikawa and Himiko Doryu. They were there for the clock tower renovation project to commemorate the school's 70th anniversary. The Departed brought them to the altar room, and... they killed them using the curse of insects and mold, claiming their bodies and memories. The older sister, Mikiko Mayumura, became Himiko Doryu, while the younger sister, Michio, turned into Michio Kinikawa. Sorry, we're definitely, like, flagging at this point. Then they hid in the school, attempting to find a husband that was suitable to fulfill their wish for a happy marriage. The rest is history. The Departed used their spirits and notices as tests for their groom candidates. The Doryu and Michio I'd come to know were fakes. Everything was an act. Despite that, both of them looked and acted far too human. The rest is our marriage, it's true. Their warm words, the gentle smiles and innocence. Did they really need to go so far just to test me to see if I was worthy of marriage? Why did they do all that? This is just a hunch, but maybe when the departed stole Doryu and Michio's memories, they might have noticed there were other ways to satisfy their deep, unrealized wishes. Doryu called that possibility love. The departed spent their days in the school trying to stay near their husband, having conversations and swapping smiles like any other youths. Born in a feudal town 100 years ago, maybe they'd never had the opportunity to experience that before. As a result, their love for their husband grew. This would have been something that they truly treasured. That might have been how they could act so naturally, protecting that glittering youth. Who knows? Maybe they even wish they could continue living that way. Except they were spirits. They couldn't escape their sanguinolent fate? In order to fulfill their desire for marriage, they ended up choosing the spirit's path. Perhaps it was the only way they knew to get there. Sanguinolent. Yeah! It's a weird one. What a word. I guess it is a word. Perhaps it was the only way they knew to get what they craved. I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw that and was like, oh. Dear husband, for so long, for so long, for you. Sanguinolent? It is an adjective. It's containing, tinged with, or mixed with blood. That makes sense. I mean, the sanguine is blood. So that makes sense. Weird. Weird. Weird word. What a word. We've learned so much from this game, though. Wonder what the departed was trying to say at that time. Did it have something to do with love? Even their intense resentment disappeared just by imitating M-Town's traditional wedding. Was that also because of their love? You were like 70% sure that was a made-up word before you looked it up. Valid. If that's true, my strange life as a teacher and time I spent with them was not so in vain. Sanguine and some change. Because that way, the memories we made together are what ended up saving those girls. The departed. A terrifying spirit that killed a lot of people in the last 2 months. Though, considering their grudges and wishes, they were also poor victims themselves. The terror and sadness that filled them, after learning both sides of the coin, I want to forgive them. Like, I'm not gonna forgive Michiho and Doryu, which I know sounds like I'm not forgiving the departed, but I do forgive the girls that like are actually the departed. Not the cheap copy that we saw. The big old monster, though. I forgive them. I reach for my cup after that. Chugging down the liquid inside, I get up from my seat and check the time. The day's already changed. Late at night. Guess it's time. Time to start working. I head to my room on the second floor, and then... it's the doll! Alright, all done. We did fix her! Finally managed to fix it. I was able to use the techniques I learned at the workshop I found when looking up information about doll care. Though it's fixed, her soul won't come back. This female doll saved my life. The departed's grudges moved from this doll to Doryu and Michio. So who was the spirit inhabiting this doll? I have a hunch. It may have been the souls of the real Michio and Doryu. That makes sense. Those two girls were brimming with spiritual energy, which is likely why the departed chose to claim their bodies. I have a hunch that their souls dwelled inside the doll after they were killed. The way the doll's appearance changed as the departed transformed might be evidence that the girls' souls were still connected to their bodies. So the doll was wandering around the school without their memories, not knowing what to do. Despite being in that confused state, their fear and resentment of the departed still remained. That's why they helped me. Still, what's the point of me fixing this doll? It's not like it'll speak again if it's mended. Plus, even if it were to talk, what useful information would it possibly have for me? No, but it is like it is kind of like a memorial, and it's not necessarily in the same way that Konoe did it, where it was like romanticizing this horrible tragedy. This is just a like, this thing saved my life. These girls deserved better. You know? As far as I know, the souls contained inside this doll belong to the actual Michio and Doryu, not the fake versions who considered me their teacher. It's a pointless undertaking, and I have a feeling it'll only make me feel emptier inside. So why do I keep doing this? I guess it's a form of prayer. Yeah! Also, he ate part of her head. Yeah. Yeah, that happened. It won't change anything, though I also believe that it isn't for nothing. I believe some souls will be saved if I do this. Hang on a little longer, you two. Aww. Mr. Cost. Good game. Good game. Really good game. Yeah, that was good. We did it again. All right, let's go over here. Yeah, I'm gonna do an eat. I'm sorry, we're not gonna do a raid. It's far too late. It's far too late. It is time to do a sleep, and an eat. Not in that order. We'll do an eat before we do a sleep. But, if anybody has suggestions on where people can go after the stream, feel free to share it in chat. But we are just gonna call it here. I'm sorry we're not continuing on with a raid, but I appreciate everyone's understanding. I am exhausted. It's been a 5-hour stream on a weekday on a night that I have to work. Thank you everyone for being here. Again, big shout out to Immersive Designs and ATM Zero for the raids. I really, really appreciated it. It was delightful to see y'all, and thank you everyone for hanging out. We will be back at some point. I think we're gonna try and finish up Homecoming this weekend. Oh god, help us! And then we'll get back to Cult of the Lamb next week, and finish that game out. And then I think we're gonna, like, do Detention after that. We'll see, though. Depends on timing and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here, friends. We'll see y'all later. Bye.